Okay, it's getting pretty close to 7 o'clock, so let's go ahead and get the meeting started. If you would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, thank you. We do have a quorum present. All members of the Planning Commission are present tonight. As always, a reminder for Planning Commission members, when you are speaking, please be sure your microphone is on so it can be recorded. First order of business is the adoption of the agenda. And notice that we will suspend following the first hearing to allow the Board of Supervisors to deal with that one and then reconvene for the second hearing.
Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the minutes as submitted.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. At the beginning of a meeting, we always have time for any general public comment not related to the specific cases tonight. So if anybody has a public comment not related to the cases.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The motion was made to approve the minutes and not the agenda. And so for the,
I
Sorry,
made the motion to approve the agenda.
agenda.
Second.
there we go. That's what we need.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Either way, it works now. Okay. No public comment not related to these cases. Okay. New business is adoption of minutes from the July 23rd meeting. Take a quick look through those.
I move to approve the minutes as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded to approve the minutes as submitted. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, as always with the public hearings, we will review the case for the record. We will have time for Mr. Nichols to fill us in on anything that might be new and answer questions. The applicant will have an opportunity to answer any questions or submit anything new, followed by public comment on each case. Our first case, excuse me, is case number SU-06-01-25, Polly of the Blue Ridge, a special use permit. Ann Gore has submitted an application on behalf of Rebecca Gore for a special use permit to operate a primitive campground in accordance with Madison County Zoning Ordinance, Article 15-A, on the parcel identified as Madison County Tax Map 56-7A. The subject parcel is 118.273 acres and is zoned A1. Mr. Nichols, anything to add?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This case is relatively straightforward. Single camper for this primitive campground on a large 100-plus acre property. There is a draft permit in your packet for review. The conditions are very simple. It simply states that the applicant must require by any water supply and wastewater sewage disposal requirements imposed by the health department, and that prior to utilization as a short-term rental, our building official can perform a life safety inspection. The conditions were discussed with the applicant, and she agreed. That's all.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Nichols? All right, Ms. Gore, do you have anything to add here?
No, just thank you for y'all's support and appreciate the time and effort you guys have put into helping me out, making sure I follow the rules.
Thanks. Any questions for Ms. Gore?
Just one question here. You have been in contact with VDH, and they've been discussing this with you?
With the county, yeah, to make sure that
Okay. I know that's the kind of the one hang-up, so I'd just make a good relationship with Emily over at VDH, and she'll make sure she's doing you right, so.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you. Any public comment on this case? Any public comment? Ma'am? Yeah, it's on Shelby Road, between Shiflett's Corner and Shelby. All right, any public comment on this case before we move? All right, no public comment. Can we have a recommendation?
I move that case number SU-06-01-25 be recommended to the Board of Supervisors for approval with the 5 conditions outlined in the proposal.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Case number SU-06-01-25, Polly of the Blue Ridge, is recommended to the Board of Supervisors for approval. All right, at this point then, we will suspend our meeting so that the Board of Supervisors can open theirs and deal with this first case.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors portion of the meeting to order.
Mr. Chairman, I move to permit Supervisor Buchanan to attend the August 6, 2025 meeting of the Madison County Board of Supervisors remotely pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3708.2 and Section 2.4.f of the bylaws of Madison County. Supervisor Buchanan is unable to attend the meeting currently scheduled for August the 6th in person, 2025, in person because of a personal commitment. This is the first meeting Supervisor Buchanan will attend remotely this calendar year.
Motion's made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And Mr. Buchanan is with us on the GoToMeeting platform. We do have a quorum. We do need to adopt an agenda. Anybody have anything we need to add to the agenda this evening?
No, sir. Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. We're just gonna say the items.
Aye.
Yes, sir.
Can we ask Mr. Buchanan where he physically is located?
Mr. Buchanan, where are you physically located?
I'm in Maine, the state of Maine. Thank you. It's just satisfy the statute. Appreciate it.
Thank you. General public comment. Anybody have any general public comment? We're gonna get, 4 or 5, 6 opportunities tonight. Be plenty of it. Anybody? Yes, ma'am. If you identify yourself, please.
Good evening, I'm Priscilla Flory, and I would first of all like to say thank you to all of you gentlemen for the time and the effort that you have put in. Thank you for reading emails and responding to calls, and thank you, public, for coming. And Heavenly Father, I would like to submit this time to you tonight. You have called us here together. You have appointed these gentlemen to be overseers in Madison County. And we thank you for your faithfulness to Madison County ever since you conceived her. Thank you for the work that these men have done. And thank you, Heavenly Father, for what you're going to do tonight. We give you thanks and praise in the name of Jesus, our Savior. Amen.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public comment? General public comment? There is a little bit of feedback. We'll work on that.
Just a comment from the IT department
Yes, IT department.
regarding that. Just a reminder for everyone, if your mic is on, please turn it off when you're not talking. That feedback is caused by multiple mics being on. And we do have them cranked up fairly high. So just a reminder, if you're not talking, please turn your microphone off.
They'll be adjusting it during the meeting. Hopefully it gets a little bit better. Any other general public comment? All right, to case number SU-06-01-25, Poly of the Blue Ridge Special Use Permit. Ann Gore has submitted an application on behalf of Rebecca Gore for a special use permit to operate a primitive campground in accordance with Madison County zoning ordinance, Article 15-A. On the parcel identified as Madison County Tax Map 56-7A, the subject parcel is 118.273 acres and is zoned A1. Mr. Nichols, anything to add?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Mr. Nichols on this application? Ms. Gore, anything to add? Any questions for Ms. Gore? All right. To the public. To the public on this one. All right, back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve case number SU-06-01-25 for approval, as recommended by the Planning Commission.
I'll second.
Motion's made and seconded, and that does include the 5 conditions as they recommended.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, Ms. Gore. Back to the
Aye.
Planning Commission. Thank you, Judge.
Turn my mic on, thank you. Our next case is case number SU-06-02-25, Madison Hills Events, a special use permit. Molly Wilshire has submitted an application for a special use permit for an event venue in accordance with Madison County zoning ordinance, Article 14-18. The proposed event venue will exist on 3 parcels, which are identified as Madison County Tax Map 40-43, 40-44, and 40-45. The total area of the 3 parcels is 186.476 acres. All 3 parcels are zoned A1. Mr. Nichols, anything to add there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So really quick what this application is. This is a event venue that has 4 seasonal events attached to it. The winter event is 21 days, approximately. The spring event is, well, no more than 21 days, I'll say. Spring event of no more than 14 days, summer event of no more than 6 days, and a fall event of no more than 14 days. Other by right activities are certainly permitted, as it would be on any other A1 parcel. Accessory uses intend to be a venue for weddings as well as a farmer's market. We do have all of the agency comments in place for this one. We have very extensive commentary from VDH, Tourism and Economic Development, and we have VDOT comments in which they have said that they can make more detailed comments once a site plan has been submitted. This is very typical of VDOT's policy that until they have all the engineering ironed out, that they do not provide very specific commentary because they don't have all the details yet for them to make their analysis. I did do some looking for traffic considerations since it has been such a big part of our conversation regarding this application. And so for some context here, I looked at some of the surrounding uses, let's say, which are the big 3 neighborhoods around them. Malvern has 233 homes, Happy Hills has 55, and Fox Ridge has 34. When evaluating residential neighborhoods, the trip count that's applied by the International Traffic Engineer Standard is 9.96 trips per day. So for a neighborhood like Malvern, that's about 2,300 trips in a day and about 847,000 trips in a year. Happy Hills, about 550, and Fox Ridge, about 340 trips per day, plus or minus, of course, depending on the day and what's going on. So you can look at it a few different ways. If the applicant were to do a cycle of cars, say up to about 850, and had 150 others that would be staff and vendors, you're looking at about 2,000 trips per day. So you have the traffic impact that's similar to Malvern, if you were to look at it in that way. If you look at it in an annualized way, you've got Malvern contributing about 847,000 trips, where this event, or this venue, operating at its maximum capacity of 55 days would be about 110,000 trips. If you looked at the event venue the way you would look at a subdivision, it would be the same as about a 30-home subdivision in overall impact to the highway. Now, timing, of course, is a little bit different. But given that we won't have more specific commentary until we get a site plan, we just had some context in which to look at the information that we do have. I reviewed the comprehensive plan quite thoroughly, and this application meets many of the items that are in our comprehensive plan that we've so recently adopted. I don't think that we knew, let's say, what we wanted when we were doing the comprehensive plan, but I cannot imagine that we could have come up with a project that met more of the goals than what we stated that we wanted, than this one has brought to us. So with that, let's say with the analysis that I've prepared, staff is recommending approval with the conditions that are outlined in the draft permit that's in your packet. So if we look at the draft permit, there are, what do we come up with, 17 conditions. So there are 17 conditions here, and I think that some of the noteworthy ones is that there is a cap on any outdoor amplified music. Pardon me, I got to look at it from the screen in front of me because it's hard to look at up on that one. Of course. Pardon me, I'm going to do it in two places. So we're outlining what it is, and starting at number 9 here, any outdoor amplified music shall cease by 10 p.m. Other things that are on here that are worthy of note is that item 11, which is the applicant shall be responsible for undertaking all necessary measures to ensure that traffic does not queue to an extent that it impedes or obstructs the free flow of travel on Oak Park Road. At the end of the day, it will be the responsibility of the applicant to manage the traffic coming in and out of their proposed venue. Also outlined in the conditions is that failure to comply with these conditions will mean that the Board of Supervisors would have the authority to revoke the special use permit should it become problematic to the county in matters of safety, et cetera. So the board does have authority, should they choose to approve the permit, to revoke it if something were to be problematic. Having outlined those things, I'll return the floor to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Nichols?
I had a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We heard the number of cars from Malvern, Happy Hills, Fox Ridge. But one of the things that concerns me is the cut-through traffic. I live on O'Neill's Road, and everybody that comes up 230 turns on O'Neill's over to Oak Park, out to Fishback, heading north. And everybody that comes down Martins Mill Road onto Oak Park, down to Fishback, heading north. And that's a lot of traffic.
Thank you, Pete. Mike, did you have a?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get back to the traffic issue, but I just wanted to take care of something more on the lighter side. Condition number 7, are we giving this a blanket primitive campground SUP as well? I mean, normally we're giving, if we're gonna allow primitive camping, we have an SUP for that. So is this just gonna say, yes, you can do it and that's it, or what?
And this condition is because the campground is being restricted to vendors and staff and not open to the general public. The applicant will still have to apply for and obtain a campground permit from the health department to ensure the safe handling of water and septic. So they will have a whole slew of requirements that the health department will impose upon them to establish a campground on the property. If it were open to the public, I think that it certainly would be, you know, to the general public to come and stay, I think it would fall under that permit, the special use permit that we have. But since this is a part of the staffing and vendors for the venue, I think it's appropriate that it come under this ordinance.
Okay. But there's still, even under the primitive campground ordinance, there's still things that have to be adhered to. Are they still going to be adhered to?
Given the requirements that VDH is going to hold them to, they are going to have a safe, clean campground for the people who will stay there.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Questions for Mr. Nichols?
I got a question for Mr. Wright.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Wright, could you tell me, I looked and I haven't been able to find it, where there's an ordinance in the county or in our ordinance where we collect taxes on tickets?
So I'm not aware of that either. I will ask Mr. Brian Daniel, but I believe it's personal property, it's real estate taxes, there's cigarette taxes, there's machine and tools, there's an inventory tax. I don't believe that there would be a tax on tickets, but I will get you a more definite answer.
So how do we, until you give me an answer, we don't know how we collect taxes on tickets?
Not on tickets, no, sir.
Mr. Chairman, may I contribute to that comment?
Certainly, yes.
The applicant has stated in the previous meetings that she intends to handle that by selling memberships by the exchange of a tangible good so that it may be taxed by the county. So she would not be selling tickets per se, but selling memberships instead so that she can contribute to the revenue of the county.
So if we sell an $18 ticket, Alan, how much money does the county get?
You know, the Commissioner of Revenue gave us a great deal of information on the ticketing, or not on the ticketing, but on the taxes that apply to this. Give me just a minute. Let me see if we can dig it up in here.
That should be 1%.
There you go.
Be
We
about
get
18
1%, we
cents.
get 18 cents.
Yes, let me pull it up here real quick, because it's here for everyone to see. So the document in front of you is the taxes that apply from the Commissioner of Revenue. So sales tax revenue would apply collected on membership sales in lieu of event tickets. So yes, the county will be taxing the entry fees sold as memberships.
And that is 1%, right?
That is what the Commissioner of Revenue has said, yes.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Okay.
Condition number 3. She's got 3 years, I don't really mean the applicant, because we have 2 applicants. The applicant has 3 years to finalize phase number 1 after she's granted the permit. Does that mean that she has 3 years to get all of that completed? In other words, if we go into business this fall and we don't have the proper roads going in, the ingress, egress of the other 3 roads, are they allowed to open up? Or, I mean, because we're basically talking about the traffic coming in and off of Oak Park Road. So do we have to have all 3 roads opened up to obtain all the traffic, or can we take 3 years to do this?
The answer is probably it depends. I would say that before she does any dirt work, she'll have to have the engineered site plan submitted. But at any time, she has to comply with all of the requirements imposed by VDOT, VDH, et cetera, to host the public. Now, you know, a temporary event, a one-time thing, I don't know what VDOT would say. They would probably say that if it was a a temporary thing that that they might approve something to go in there, but the goal is to work towards this, and I think relatively quickly, especially considering that at whatever phase of development the project is at, the applicant is still responsible for ensuring that traffic does not back up the road. That is the primary concern that we now have with this project.
I hear you on the last part, but one of the conditions that was stated that there will be the 3 roads, which will allow helping get the traffic in and out. And I do understand what you're saying.
I don't think there's any intention to delay construction if it were to be approved, but that would
Oh, I
be a
didn't say
wonderful
that.
question to be directed towards the applicant.
Well, I don't know, I mean, we might can ask that question to the applicant, but I want to know how the county stands as far as allowing them, and I'm not trying to make this hard, but allowing it to open up without the proper ingress, egress.
The applicant is going to have to file.
Traffic we're talking about.
Okay, so anytime that we have an event in the county that's anticipated attendance is over 750, they're going to have to come before the board and do a large event application anyway. So those things are going to be, traffic control plan, scale, scope, all that's going to be considered as each event comes along. So what I expect will probably be the case, again, I will defer to the applicant for specifics, but that you're going to see something that's very small scale in the beginning, and then as the infrastructure grows, so will the attendance and the capacity. I just don't think you're going to see a 3,000 person crowd in the very beginning, and we certainly, if the infrastructure's not there to hold everybody, it's going to back up in the road, and that's going to be a problem. So, I mean, I think that the applicant is going to regulate their attendance in such a way that they're not violating any of these conditions, since they really want to do this. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we're approving this as a concept, and if the traffic isn't there to back up the road, then so be it. And if the traffic backs up the road, then we'll be having a different conversation.
I understand. And I would hope to think that if she was gonna have that much traffic before she has the 3 roads already opened up, that she knows that other condition that says that if she starts to get people backed up on the road, that could mean revocation of the SUP.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Nichols, you just actually mentioned potentially permits for special or large events. Does that also come with any revenue from the county on that application, or is that a free of charge application?
There's no additional revenue, to the best of my knowledge, for an event or a large-scale event application. It's simply, to make sure that we know the scheduling of large gatherings in the county, to make sure that everyone is aware.
Perfect. So it's more of a safety and public awareness?
It's more of a public safety issue, yes.
My second question, and I'm actually going to voice this one pretty much for the entire audience, because again, traffic does seem to be the biggest concern, I think, from the members, the citizens, and probably even the applicant herself and himself. If you can, the process, from my understanding, is that the applicant himself, she carries extreme risk in terms of whatever the outcome is tonight, or if it is voted yes. At that point, the applicant is completely in charge of providing the survey and the study to VDOT, and at that point, VDOT kind of holds her even ability to open this. We may approve the concept, but she may not even get to business unless those needs are met through the site plan. Is that a safe thing to say to the public right now?
That is an accurate statement. So should this body and the next choose to approve the application, the next steps for the applicant will be to develop the engineered site plan at undoubtedly no small expense, and have to meet all the requirements imposed by all of the governing agencies, which include VDOT, the Health Department, DEQ, any other agencies that I'm not thinking of at the moment that apply, and the engineering for such a project, especially for the traffic analysis, is expensive, no doubt. And so this, is a concept. And so if it would be a disservice to the vast majority of applicants to ask them to undergo such an expensive process of engineering before even applying for, the approval to do the conceptual thing. So it's a long way of saying that just because this body if if this body were to choose to approve it, that does not necessarily mean that she gets to do it. You still have to overcome all the other hurdles. This is just one step of many.
And I'll follow up with a deeper dive into that. Should the survey say that X amount of cars, which is less than the number proposed here today in this application, be suitable for the roads and the infrastructure, and again, the application, or the permit that again hypothetically could be approved, and that number drops considerably, that she would still be, the applicant would still be able then to alter her business should she see that as her direction and operate the business at smaller capacity that's directed by VDOT? Is that a safe assumption?
Correct. Let's go with the hypothetical route that VDOT requires something that's, for her proposed use, that is unobtainable, right? Let's say that you had to have let's go absurd. Let's say you had to have a mile-long deceleration lane and a mile-long, left-hand turn lane, which is absurd, of course, but let's just say that that's what came back. That's not financially feasible to achieve. So the question then becomes, okay, well, what is my capacity where I can do what is achievable? And then you scale the project, to meet what is achievable within, the bounds of, physically possible and financially feasible to do the project. So it's very likely that as we proceed, the project will indeed get smaller, depending on what the requirements are imposed by VDOT's traffic engineer.
Thank you. My last question, and this may be even for Mr. Hannon, am I allowed to address the audience at this point with a question? Are we allowed to do that as members?
Are you expecting an answer from all the audience members?
A show of hands, is that possible? Or is that?
I don't see why not.
Okay. If you're willing, how many folks in here own small businesses? I do as well, and I bring that up because there is a financial hurdle for any applicant that comes before this board, and small business is tough. And again, the hypotheticals that Mr. Nichols just outlined, again, don't give her carte blanche to start business tomorrow. There is a lot of entrepreneurial, really just gut-wrenching work that has to go into before she can even open doors, should this be approved. And I say that just to keep that in mind, that whatever the decision is tonight from this panel and whatever the supervisors decide, she still has small business hurdles to overcome on anything. And if you're a small business owner, I just kind of want you to think of that, because we've all been through that kind of gut-wrenching part of opening a small business and launching a business. So I'd say maybe some compassion on that, thinking tonight, whatever the outcome may be, that she's just trying to be an entrepreneur. And that's all I have.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Mr. Nichols?
I'd like to back up to the previous question that Alan answered. So suppose that the traffic impact analysis says X amount, and everything is designed for X amount, and that could be a less amount. I mean, we don't know what that number is going to be yet. That's going to be a hypothetical number at this point. Is that correct? I mean, because it's not like it's a subdivision where we're going to put 20 houses up and we say, okay, the traffic based on 20 houses is going to be this. So this number for the traffic analysis is going to be something that the applicant comes up with. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question.
The question is, how do you base a traffic analysis off of basically an unknown number? And I'm kind of bringing that up because if we come up with an unknown number, we just got to make sure that that number is going to be suitable to account for the worst.
Well, I think that the applicant has given us what her proposal is. She has a parking lot with a, pretty closely defined capacity. And during the engineering phase of this, they'll define how many cars go in the parking lot. The applicant will, estimate the number of times that it'll turn with people in it, and they'll design, roads and entrances accordingly. And then they will submit that to VDOT for consideration and approval, and VDOT will tell her exactly what she needs to do to accomplish that.
So what
and
about
if that's too much, then that plan
been
will.
approved?
I'm sorry?
What about if that number increases from what's been approved? And if it increases from what's been approved, and the traffic still flows okay, I guess it's okay. But if the traffic starts to get impeded or queues, as you call it.
I don't think it's right to artificially limit any business if they're following the same rules that everybody else follows. If she can, I mean, again, let's go to the absurd. Let's say that the capacity of the roads and the entrances, everything is 250,000 cars. I mean, then, you know, why would you treat her any differently than anybody else? Just let it grow to where it needs to be, wherever the market
Well,
takes it.
I don't know that you can let it grow to what it can be if the roads and the, everything is not designed for that.
Well, that's kind of my point, though. I mean, we don't know. And we're not gonna
That's
know
my
until we
point. We
get
don't know.
until we get the, you know, the site plan. And the applicant's gonna follow the criteria imposed by VDOT wherever that leads. And I mean, based on your questioning, I'm assuming that you're proposing some kind of a cap that we impose. And I don't know, but I just don't think that that's where we ought to head. It ought to be tied to what, you know, the agency that governs the traffic regulations would impose, like any other business.
Any other questions for Mr. Nichols?
Yeah, I got a question. My understanding is there a right of way that goes into this place. If VDOT comes back and say, we want a 700-foot turning lane, does she own more road frontage out front where she could build a turning lane if VDOT says that's what they want?
I think it's up to the applicant that they would either own it or they would acquire it or they can't do it. But at the end of the day, that's not for us to, you know, be arbitrary. That's up for her to accomplish what they require.
We got one more question, and that's for Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright,
I think that'll be a fact-specific inquiry on how the land's actually being used, and then that'll be up to Commissioner of Revenue.
Any further questions for Mr. Nichols? Any further questions for Mr. Nichols? All right, if not, would the applicant like to, somebody bring her a microphone? There you go. And have anything to say? Actually, I have a quick question, if you go ahead first, though.
Sure, no, I was in a car accident on Sunday, so I'm just gonna stay
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
That's all.
That's fine.
Okay.
Everything seems to be focusing on the traffic counts here. But, and one of the questions was asked about this phase one. Can you give us a little more, you know, just a brief specifics about what you intend in phase one?
Sure.
And how that can be possibly done within the time period that we're talking about?
So in a shorter time period, in order to open for the public more quicker than not, and not to have this drag on for 2 or 3 years, we're beholden to many state ordinances, regulations, one of which is the VDOT, and that's going to be a huge determining factor in the number of cars that are able to park on the site. The number of cars able to park on the site obviously determines the size of the festival grounds needed to accommodate them, while everyone that would have a booth there would still have it would still be worth it to them. If I have 100 booths and 100 people, well, they're probably not going to want, that's not very good business practice for them, and I would assume they wouldn't come back. So the goal is to have it available advantageous for everybody, to the benefit of everybody. So if VDOT says, 50 cars, I'm going to look into 50 buses, but of course that's one thing that is a requirement. DEQ is another long haul one. They take 60 to 90 days. They can take longer than that. Because of the earth moved, we will be beholden to that too. But let's say in a perfect world, we get all of our roads done. They approve us for some number of cars or buses, whatever that number is. The goal would be to have one large building that I would, of course, put in front of the permitting and zoning proper channels, and that would be a large 60 by 100 building in case of inclement weather. Things like that is what it would be utilized for in phase one. And then being a welder and having a lot of welder friends, we would be doing welded tents so that we could still plan the site plan as far as the motion of everything, again, where water flow is. We had a very, very wet year, so we want to look at things for options to come while still be able to being open. So some temporary or tent-like structures would be used in year one, and then as we have more permanent locale of, yes, this works here and this works for everybody, we would then take those individually to the county to have those permitted, inspected, and approved, like you would any building.
Okay, so you're understanding already then that the DEQ, for example, and VDOT, these things can take a long period of time.
Oh, of course.
But your phase one sounds like maybe it's flexible enough so that you won't run out of time before you can implement it.
Precisely.
Okay. It's not a complex phase. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback up on what I was trying to ask Alan.
Sure.
So how many cars are you expecting? Or so once again, this traffic analysis got to come up with a number to be approved by VDOT from somewhere.
So VDOT would do the traffic analysis, and it's based on what the road can hold. It's not even what the property can hold, but what we have put on the map is what the property can hold without destroying any of the forest and just utilizing what we had. If we were to clear cut, of course, I could do a ton more parking, but that wasn't the goal. It was, what is the max within what we have that we could do? And that's the hypothetical number we were working off of, just based on space alone. Now, VDOT will say this, the Oak Park Fishback, whatever roads that they do their traffic survey on, and this will be in congruence with a traffic engineering company that is a third party that we, at no low expense, pay for, and they will, through a series of whatever time VDOT says. If they say, oh, it only matters Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the engineering company will go based on their recommendations to give them that accurate number of what would be allowed to be put at that time. And then based on our business model as well as what the road can hold, VDOT's going to come back as the traffic survey comes to VDOT, the VDOT comes to us and says this is what you are allowed to do, or here's what you would have to do to get to whatever goal we have. Us being flexible, I don't have a goal other than that is the number that we can physically hold on the property. But they'll come back and give me those numbers then to work with, and then that will change our vendors and number of food things and all of those different pieces to that puzzle.
And so what is that number that your parking space number that you're going to try to give VDOT the number that they can start saying, you can leave Oak Park Road the way that it is, but if you go more than this number of cars, you're going to have to add a turning lane, et cetera, whatever they may want.
So they give me that number, which they haven't yet because I haven't done the engineering survey.
So they're just going to hypothetically come up with 10,000 cars a day, or
they could come up.
500 cars
I have
a
no
day,
idea
or?
what they'll come up with. It's what their calculations are based on how the road. So many factors. Is the road state maintained or not? Is it a road that was built with the engineering in mind to have that many cars, or is it something that was developed over time? So they will look at that and have much more history on the road than I would have, and the traffic engineer will also have that information. And so I rely on them as professionals to give me the information and then subsequently the numbers with to work.
I'm not real confident about my question not getting answered the way that I want it, but what I am confident is that whatever comes out of VDOT's, whatever this traffic analysis says that you're going to have to adhere to.
Yes.
I am confident about that.
Yes.
And once again, I'm not trying to make this hard.
No.
But I was just trying to get some kind of a guideline of what that number might be of what you would be suggesting, because you might say, well, we're only going to do 200 cars a day. Well, you don't have to do anything because Oak Park Road will handle 200 cars a day.
Precisely. Now, I'd still, as far as our business is concerned, the multiple roads that are privately on the property, I feel are still required regardless of the number of people, because it's just good ingress and egress and makes the flow best for everyone. But as far as like legal requirements from VDOT, if they say 10,000 more cars can go on there, well, I'm only parking 835. Like that is my cap limit, because I like trees. That's why we haven't clear cut anything, and I don't plan on doing that ever. It helps with many parts to our business. So 835 as far as a cap that our business would put on ourselves, that's what we were kind of demonstrating. As far as the real number, VDOT is going to have to give me that based on, I'm sure, a litany of things that I wouldn't even think of for a road, not being a road expert.
So, but that's gonna be your number to give to them. Is that,
I-
I want to shoot for 835 cars.
They don't give us a number.
And,
They don't ask me
well,
what
they
I
don't
want.
know your business model.
Because they don't care. No disrespect, they just don't care what my business model is. They will say, you are allowed to have X number of cars on the road for this thing, or you are not. They didn't say, what are you looking to do? They don't really work with you that way. You ask them what is allowed, and they say, oh, it's 100 or 200 or 500 or 1,000 or whatever that number is that they come up with. But they in no way ask my opinion. Haven't gotten that yet. Maybe it's going to be different later, but so far they have not asked what my goals are by any means.
And I'll piggyback, and I will notice, or I did notice whenever I said compassion earlier, I got some head nods to the left and right, not up and down. This is my point. You could go to VDOT and they could say you could do 25 cars a day and that's it. And you are aware of that.
Oh,
yes?
absolutely.
And this is the risk I'm talking about as a small business owner. So you have a dream, you have your financials, and you have what we're potentially putting together today. That could crash and burn on you. I mean, if they say 25, then it throws off your 825. And you're aware of that. And that's the point that I was trying to make. Whenever what you have today and our concept may not be the reality that you face. And that was the point that I was trying to make to everybody. And that's the risk that she's willing to take. And it's a big risk to take. And I think you are very aware that VDOT will be dictating that for you. None of us, no one else other than VDOT on that specific matter. Okay.
The state of Virginia has a lot
There are
of,
other
many
agencies
other
as well, but
avenues,
VDOT
yes.
being the one that seems to be the hot button
Yes.
issue. Okay. I hold my peace on that.
Thank you. Yes.
If I understand it, cars in and out in the first phase.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, other questions for the applicant? Y'all are awful silent down this way. Any further questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. All right, just a reminder again, for public comment, we would ask that you please, as always, identify yourself and be concise as you can. We'd like maybe 3 minutes at the most, so that everyone can have an equal chance to have their say. And I see we have somebody coming up first.
Gentlemen, good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to appear and speak this evening. My name is Colt Purrier, and I own the two adjoining lots to these, parcels adjoining these 3 lots. I have 2 members of the public who have yielded their time to me, Catherine Purrier and Ross Stratton. This property is agriculturally zoned, which means that there's a minimum lot size of 3 acres. And the purpose of agricultural zoning is to accommodate all types of rural open land use, such as agriculture and forestry. Special use permit, the conditions and the standards under which a special use permit can be granted include that the use shall not tend to change the character and established pattern of development of the area. Second, the use shall be in harmony with the intent of the zoning district. 3, the use shall not adversely affect the use of the neighboring property for the welfare of persons living and working in the neighborhood of the proposed use. And 4, there's actually 5 of them, but 4 that I identified. Safety and movement of vehicular traffic upon adjacent streets and roadways will not be adversely affected. In baseball, you get 3 strikes. These are 4 strikes, and this project does not meet any of those conditions. An event venue, as defined in section 14-18-1, indicates the provision is for, given a potential impact on the health, safety, and welfare. Mr. Nichols, could you pull up my slides? Given a potential impact on the health, safety, and welfare of neighboring property owners, it's a public interest to regulate the establishment and operation of rural resorts within Madison County. Next slide, please. The original proposal that was submitted for this on the 27th of May identified one event, Frost Fest. The draft special use permit dated 18 June 2025 identifies 4 events, total of 55 days. It continues to change. It's not evolving, it's just changing. The first event, Frost Fest, is a holiday music and light show, not Christmas, on 21 days, 7 consecutive weekends in December and January for 21 days. The Ren Fest is a Renaissance festival with medieval characters, costumes, and activities on Saturday and Sunday for 7 weekends from 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. That's 14 days. There's a summer event that there's no information provided on a Saturday and Sunday, no dates or times, 3 weekends, 6 days. The fourth fall event, there's no information provided on Saturday and Sunday, no dates or times, 7 weekends, total of 14 days, for a total of 55 days. What has been proposed here is an indefinite permit, not a temporary one, not a 2-year permit. There are limited restrictions, and it runs with the land. There's no opportunity to review at a later date or revoke if the project is unsuccessful or if it's sold. We have no idea who's going to actually implement this plan, and there's no limitations on who it could be sold to or what could happen to the property if it was sold. Weddings are identified as a by right use under agriculturally zoned property, but yet it's identified as an event in the special use permit, and that's not appropriate. The petitions opposing the special use application have been signed by 325 residents of Madison County. Slide, please. They represent 212. Can you magnify that at all, Mr. Nichols? They represent 212 households with 90 additional online petitions, and this is a significant number of people who live in that area, and that's who's being referred to in the conditions for the granting of a special use permit with several references to neighbors. The original projection, next, just keep with that slide, please. The original project submission identifies 840 cars, which is 1,680 trips, 3,000 people per day, plus 180 vendors, plus 100 employees. State Route 634 is designed for 2,000 trips a day, currently supports 1,000 trips a day. This special use permit suggests adding 2,000 trips a day, and the statistics for the 110,000 trips, that's in a 55-day period versus the 365 days for the surrounding subdivisions. Slide, please. Commissioner of Revenue estimates that $5 million in sales will generate $136,100 in tax revenue. This clearly is simply not worth the cost in terms of the revenues that might be raised. The special use permit application, there have been suggestions that $330,000 in tax revenue would be raised, $358,000 in tax revenue would be raised, $717,000 in tax revenue would be raised. But if you look at those numbers and how they're arrived at, there's no rational basis for those numbers. As Mr. Daniel identified, $1 million in sales revenue, sales tax is 1%, which is $10,000. In conclusion, this is not progress, this is a disaster. This is poorly planned and it's rife with internal and external inconsistencies. If past performance is the best indicator of future conduct, this is not a project that we want in Madison County. No one wants to pay higher taxes, and no one should sell their soul for this chaos. This is a concentrated commercial activity in an exclusively residential and agricultural area. It's not consistent with the zoning in the area or the historic use. Any economic benefit must be balanced against the adverse effects on the area. This would fundamentally change the character of this area and of the county. The Board of Supervisors has a duty to the landowners, to the county, and to the law, and approval of this special use permit would be arbitrary and capricious. Quantity of tax revenues pale in light of the impact on the quality of life of the neighbors, all of whom are opposed to this and whose input needs to be listened to. Slide, please. They asked the Planning Commission not to recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors. would ask the Board of Supervisors not to grant a special use permit application. This last slide is the vision statement from the comprehensive plan that was just adopted by the county, and it states, as residents of Madison County, we seek to maintain and enhance the county's civic, cultural, and natural assets. We recognize the importance of preserving the county's highly valued rural character, scenic beauty, and friendly atmosphere. We believe the county must also encourage entrepreneurships, the expansion of employment opportunities for county residents, and modest, well-planned commercial and residential development. There's nothing about this project that's consistent with the vision for the comprehensive plan. And again, I would ask the Board of Supervisors to deny the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jonathan Nichols. This is my son. I wanted him to come see the charade against one of our citizens. We have turned into Loudoun County and Charlottesville, and this is crap. This lady is coming, putting a ton of money on the line, and I'm tired of this crap in Madison. Our downtown looks like junk because we got a bunch of nannies around here that cry all the time when somebody comes in. If you don't like it, stay home, close your door. We understand there's traffic. This woman is probably gonna have to put millions of dollars in to create the egress and all the traffic to go with it. Then we got a planning commission that goes off the rails all the time like they did in my hearing on stuff that does not matter for stuff. If this stuff continues, I do not want to do it. I'm going to run for the Board of Supervisors to stop this junk because this is unacceptable. I am tired of us being treated like crap as citizens when somebody wants to bring something right like this lady does and bring something into the community to help it. Sure, 21 days out of the year or out of the 2 months, don't go out for those 2 days like I don't past Wolftown when everybody comes from Northern Virginia. Are we going to put up a gate and say, hey, don't come to Skyline Drive? Because that's what I look at every day at my road down Wolftown Road, and we're like, hey, don't drive when they all drive 20 miles an hour and peep at the leaves for September till December. Yeah, that's what they do. I don't come to the county meeting and cry and say we need to shut the road down and put speed bumps all the way up down Wolftown Road. This lady is going to bring something amazing in this community. I have about, 400 miles of lights at my house. I have 27 acres down by the river on Kinderhook. I'm not going to ask for a permit. I'm going to put up solar. I'm going to light it up, and everybody can drive by, and I'm not going to charge a dang cent. There will probably be 2,000 to 3,000 cars coming through because down on the street, I'll have my son out there with the sign saying, Christmas lights this way, come look for free. I mean, come on. This is getting ridiculous. And you know what? Somebody need to come and stand up for this lady because it's a bunch of people on Facebook that need to go literally back to Leesburg, Charlottesville, or wherever the heck you came from, New York. This is unacceptable. And I'm sorry I'm a little angry. This lady is being treated like crap. And I'm sorry. I wanted to be number one. I do have a suit. It's about $3,000. I didn't wear it in. I wore my shirt in so y'all knew exactly where I stood because I ain't about using the wrong bathroom. I know what bathroom to use, and I teach my son that. I can live anywhere in the nation. I chose Madison. You know why? Because I called the sheriff, and I asked him, if the government forces me to get a vaccine, are you standing with me or against me? And he said, with you. I said, good, because if you're staying on the other side, it's going to be not good. I moved here for that reason. For some reason, the heart of Madison is being thrown out the garbage with this stupid event. You are becoming emotional and stuff. Sure, there's going to be a lot of traffic. She's going to bring revenue to this county that nobody else will allow. Y'all won't let a restaurant in every time when someone comes in. Y'all boycott it. You cry about it on Facebook, and it shuts down a year later. What is the reason why we're doing this as a county and as a city? This is a nightmare. I didn't have time. Is my 3 minutes up? Wow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't have time to come to this. I was weed eating my farm. I had to take a shower because I wanted to come stand for this lady and let her know that somebody in Madison is going for it. And if this crap keeps happening, I'm going to run for the Board of Supervisors to make sure this stuff stops. And we're sitting here talking about taxing a lady for every dime. We get taxed enough. If that's our main concern, we probably ought to cancel some taxes instead of add more. Sorry. I appreciate you guys. I say vote for the sucker, because if not, I'm running for the Board of Supervisors, and I will.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Kim Smith. I live in Brightwood. You might not think I have any skin in this game, but I do, and it's called property taxes and the threat of doubling. My primary purpose tonight is to thank you, to thank the Board of Supervisors, to thank the Planning Commission, to thank certain staff members of Madison County, and to thank the applicants. To the Board of Supervisors, I attended the budget hearings and I watched you turn into pretzels trying to avoid increasing property taxes. I've watched you struggle with unfunded mandates that the state imposes. Been trying to get that list for 20 years. Your staff, beginning particularly with finance, starting with MJ, going to Jennifer and Stephanie, our treasurer, did a phenomenal job of presenting the figures that we're actually in real life dealing with. You all were cutting not just along the bone, you were going into the bone. You asked the staff to do near zero based increase requests, and by and large, not all, but most, did exactly that, and you funded critical services from non-governmental entities that the citizens of this county benefit greatly from. As far as the Planning Commission, you all get packets that don't quit. You have very difficult decisions to make, and you are bound by the level of flexibility provided by the ordinances. You cannot always do what is legally permissible, and you can do what you should do to avoid lawsuits that cost this county money that we no longer have. We have enjoyed being a county that stays the same with other people's money. We have a $37 trillion federal deficit, and if you look up Truth in Accounting, we have a $155 trillion deficit because they do not incorporate pension obligations into their budgeting. We have got to pull together. We have proposals that come in. Personally, I adore Renaissance festivals. I'd have one every day. But we can't always do that. So I just want to say we have to pull together as a community. We have an excellent Board of Supervisors. We have an excellent Planning Commission. And I think we can actually generate revenue without having to double our property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Other public comments? Yes, sir.
Michael Bianco, and I'm working with Molly on this project. And I want to first thank Mr. Perrier for bringing up this great slide, because this is exactly the vision statement that I would propose if I was presenting this. It fits exactly into Madison County. Mr. Perrier keeps saying that it's not well developed. Well, he's never taken the time to talk to us. We're neighbors, and he's never come over and talked to us about anything. This is all in his mind. This is the most prepared plan that I think has ever been presented in Madison. We've done a lot of work on it. It is fully developed. Molly came up with the idea of doing memberships for exactly that reason, so that there is tax money that comes back to the county. We could offer tickets. You wouldn't see any of it, but memberships brings the money back into town. The membership also solves a lot of the questions you gentlemen were talking about in terms of traffic. That membership allows us to regulate where the traffic comes from and where it goes and when it arrives on property. So we've thought about this. It's not just some random thing that, oh, we're here to try and make some money. No, we're trying to develop a business. We're trying to be part of the county. And I hope you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Ian Majeskin. I'll be 13 in 2 weeks. I'm here to talk to you guys about some of the environment stuff. I live right near where they're trying to set up this whole festival thing, I want to speak about how the forest is important to our community and how things like this have affected it in the past. I've lived here my whole life. I've seen many animals come and go. I've walked along trails connecting me to my neighbors. Almost every day for my entire life, I've been able to hear the cardinals and chickadees sing. This proposal won't just tone it down a bit, it will cut it off altogether. Last year, they cut all the trees on one side of Fishback. The wilderness went into a frenzy. Deer sprinted through the streets. The birds were going berserk. A bear came up to my house. And that was one patch. Imagine what taking down 100 acres of it will do. Building a 14-foot fence would trap and scare the animals. Fear leads to anger, and anger leads to violence. Some of the birds here are endangered. They need dark and quiet nights, not loud music and blinding light shows. Everything they're planning will pollute our skies and water, make it horrible living. Look, I know I'm just a kid, but this matters. The only good thing that comes out of this is the music and sound won't stop till 10, which will push my bedtime later. But in all seriousness, don't let this go. A few people having a semi-fun time and one person getting a lot of money from scamming you guys. Oh, my bad. Wrong choice of words. Well, isn't worth killing everything in the area and driving away all of our wildlife. So please, don't let this happen. I don't want to see where I grew up destroyed. Also, can we turn the AC up in here? I'm freezing my butt off.
Thank you.
Hi, that's my son. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Margot McLean, and I'm here tonight to express my strong opposition to the Madison Hills event venue and the special use permit that's been requested to allow it. Let's start with something that should concern all of us. This proposal violates the intent and criteria of a special use permit. Special use permits are meant to allow for limited exceptions that remain compatible with existing zoning. But what's being proposed here is not compatible with an area zoned exclusively for residential and agricultural use. A massive commercial event venue with an LED light show, 835 parking spaces, amplified music, porta potties, and weekends-long noise and traffic is not a special use. It's a commercial rezoning in everything but name. And speaking of zoning, let's talk about why they chose this 186-acre parcel on Oak Park Road that's zoned residential and agricultural. Well, it may have a lot less to do with altruism and wanting to throw a party for her new neighbors and a lot more to do with money. If she had purchased a 92-acre commercially zoned property on 29 near Yoder's, it would have cost $4.3 million, nearly $47,000 per acre. Instead, they bought the 186 acres on Oak Park for just $1.3 million. That's about $7,000 per acre. That's a savings of $40,000 per acre, totaling nearly $3 million saved. But that savings, it comes at our expense, the surrounding property owners, the neighbors she claims to be serving with this project. Because of the noise, light pollution, traffic, commercial intrusion into our quiet rural community, our homes could lose as much as 25% of their value. This isn't speculation. It's supported by multiple studies showing that residential properties can drop significantly when located near noise-polluting commercial venues. A 10 decibel increase in ambient noise alone can reduce home values by over 4%, and that's just the sound. We're not talking about a minor nuisance. We're talking about millions of dollars in collective equity loss for adjoining property owners. For many of us, our homes represent our entire life savings. I'm not willing to sacrifice my life savings so that a private operator can run a commercial enterprise under the guise of a special use permit. And if I were the owner of a commercial property in Madison County, I'd be alarmed, because if this permit's approved, what message are we sending? Why would anyone buy or invest in commercially zoned property when they can exploit a loophole, get the same use out of a much cheaper residential parcel, and pay a fraction of the taxes? Let me put that in perspective. The property on Oak Park is going to pay about $52 per acre per year. Property on 29, about $346 per acre. That's a difference of $294 $294 per acre per year over 10 years. That's a $3,370 per acre tax break simply for operating a commercial business on a residentially zoned land. Can we stop that so I won't be much longer. So yes, she saved $3 million on the purchase. She'll save hundreds of thousands more on taxes, and we, the neighbors, will lose the value of our properties and with it our financial security. This isn't just a land use issue, it's an issue of fairness. This permit effectively rezones 186 acres to commercial indefinitely with none of the scrutiny or requirements that a formal rezoning process would demand. That is a dangerous precedent. Zoning laws exist for a reason. They aren't suggestions. If we allow this type of backdoor rezoning, we're not just breaking the spirit of the law, we're making it meaningless. Wouldn't it make more sense to invest our efforts in selling and supporting our existing commercially zoned properties, the ones that generate meaningfully more tax revenue for the county, rather than giving away special use permits to subsidize private profit? Let's think long-term, let's think strategically, let's think about what kind of community we want to live in and who we're asking to bear the cost of these decisions. Because right now, it's the homeowners. It's the people who live, work, and pay taxes here who are being asked to give up everything so that someone else can profit. So I urge you, deny this permit, protect our zoning, protect our neighborhoods, and protect your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Maurer. I live on Oak Park Road, not adjacent to this projected venue, fortunately, but still strongly oppose the creation of this disaster. By way of background, my professional experience was as a submarine operator for 21 years in the Navy, and I'm a nuclear engineer by trade, somewhat out of practice on that particular score, but the reason I bring it up is last time there was a presentation about sound propagation with respect to the venue. And for those that may not be aware, that sound propagation is sort of what submariners have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The so-called scientific presentation that was presented was bogus by any measure. I don't want to take up most of my 3 minutes pointing out all the errors of that, but even common sense will tell you that I can hear, a grain dryer, a mile and a half away from my house. And so I'm sure that the neighbors can hear, amplified noise irrespective of the shape of the land, and again, the sound patterns that were presented in that presentation were just totally bogus. And so do not think that because of that the neighbors are not going to be impacted, because they will be. Molly was certainly more eloquent than I could possibly be as far as the impact on the real estate taxes. And I think that, I'm sorry, Margot, my apologies. Didn't want to have her name changed. So I think the real estate assessment impact on the adjacent properties is significant, and I think the board should take that into consideration over and above the impact from the noise and traffic congestion, which seems to be the board's preoccupation is the traffic issue, which is an important one, but I think there's certainly more issues than just the traffic boondoggle that's going to be created. Has already been stated, the fact that we're trying to call this a special use permit when in fact it's really changing agricultural to a commercial operation, which you can try to dress this as a special use permit, but it really is commercial, and I think should be strongly opposed. One other point is that it is not clear to me why the board or the Planning Commission would even entertain having something like this. Waiting. Why the board would, I'm almost done. Why the board would entertain putting a commercial operation like this in one of the most highly populated parts of the county, as opposed to entertaining it for some less densely populated. And last but not least is why, I brought it up last time, is the conflict of interest that someone's on the development environment or the EDC member is able to present a project that specifically enhances her pocket and should actually be a conflict of interest that should be strongly and outright opposed. Thanks so much for your attention, and thanks for the work that you do, and we do appreciate that, and hope you will use common sense and reject this outright.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. We have an online attendee who would like to make a public comment.
That's so rare. Let's go ahead, if you don't mind waiting for a minute. Yeah. Yes, who's online?
Hello?
Yes.
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Cameron Covington of Malvern, and I just wanted to, I haven't heard all of this meeting, but I wanted to call out some things. I haven't seen any updates to this. I've been busy, but Mr. Bianco calling this a well-thought-out plan is quite frankly a joke. A 5-year-old, I mean, that's what it looks like to me, like a 5-year-old has done this. The collusion, the board, the y'all's committee coming out and supporting this and not being impartial, her being on this other committee a couple of days before proposing this. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then us getting called NIMBYs, which I understand that, not my backyard. Well, quite frankly, they're NIMBYs for not wanting that parking garage in Bethlehem in a metropolitan area. This is just ridiculous. The whole thing reeks. We as people of the county, we see it, and it's just ridiculous. That's all I gotta say. You guys are gonna do whatever you want, but we see it. I mean, it's stupid. This whole thing is dumb, and we're fed up with it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not being polite or poetic in my words. I've been up since 3 in the morning because I'm part of the 70%, the majority of the people in the county that work out of the county because it's a bedroom community. We want to keep it that way. This development isn't going to do anything. We're not going to have any real jobs in the county until we have real public infrastructure, sanitation, public water, anything like that. You're not going to get any real jobs in the county. And this isn't even going to provide jobs. Her website for this says volunteers. So why doesn't she have job applications on it? I mean, there's so many holes to this plan, and I don't know. I'm going to say something I don't need to say, so goodbye.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Hannah Mazaris, and I just wanted to add my 2 cents in addition to a lot of, in terms of the taxes and the revenue that this is supposedly going to bring in. I know a lot more well-versed and well-educated people have already commented on that. I don't claim to understand taxes fully, but what I do know from my personal experience as somebody who has attended the Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia Renaissance fairs, as well as other smaller, more local Renaissance fairs, farmers markets, and venues like this, both as an attendee and as somebody who has worked for vendors that go to these events, a lot of the time, I'd say fairly the majority of the time, most of the vendors that I've experienced, both as an attendee and have worked for, have plaques or some sort of signage saying, cash preferable, or prefer to do it in cash to alleviate the issue of paying taxes. These are vendors that may be coming from who knows where out of state. There's no say that they're going to be local people. What my question being, either from the town council or to herself, what is going to be put in place to make sure that the proposed tax revenue from these vendors will actually make it to the county? Because again, if it's done in cash, how are we tracking and making sure that those vendors are paying the taxes off of those sales to the county to bring in the supposed revenue that I hear pretty much as the driving force, I believe, for the majority of the people in support? is for the revenue that is going to be brought in, but I've yet to see anything to show that we have firm plans in place to make sure that that revenue is brought up. Again, most vendors prefer cash, give discounts for cash, and incentivize cash uses at events like this to alleviate or bypass the need for them having to pay out the taxes. But otherwise, I am against this, and I pray that you all will listen to the many people who have signed and spoken out that this is not what we of Madison County wants. I am all for businesses, restaurants, cafes, bed and breakfasts, the lovely little camper that will benefit and help Madison County. This is not going to help us. This is going to ultimately harm the charm of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name's Lynn Dawson, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the board and the commission. My husband and I moved here about 20 years ago, shortly after I retired from the Air Force as an intelligence officer. I spent my career analyzing data, and I want to talk about some of the data in this plan, but first I want to talk big picture. Right? This is a request for a special use permit, which is by definition an exemption. It's an exemption to do something that's normally not allowed by the zoning reg. So it can only be granted if it's compatible with the surrounding area and it doesn't negatively impact the neighbors. Each request is looked at on a case-by-case basis, and it looks to see if it's going to impact the traffic, the noise, light, environment, and the neighbors. In this case, there are 24 adjoining properties, and at least 19 of those property owners have publicly said that they don't see this as compatible, and they do see that it would be a negative impact in all those categories. Hundreds of people within half a mile have also publicly made that declaration, and we have a lot of support from others around the county. So if this SUP with 850 cars and 3,500 or more people doesn't make you wonder whether it's impacting the neighbors or not, I'm not sure what would. Just to talk a little bit about the tax revenue. There's been a lot of discussion about the need for tax revenue in the county, and I understand that. But nowhere in the ordinance does it put tax revenue ahead of the adjoining properties and the impact on the neighbors in a special use permit. In the package, Ms. Wilshire has shown that the event could bring in up to $700,000 in tax revenue, but those numbers are based on every car coming in, all 850 with a family of 4, spending $716 to be there for an event that they could attend for 3 hours or less. Like, these numbers don't seem realistic. But even if they were, tax revenue is not the reason to approve or disapprove an SUP. We've talked a lot about traffic, and there's been a lot of imaginative ideas on how to control the entry. All other Ren fairs are full-day events. There's no timed entry for Ren fairs. So I really don't see how that's going to work, and I feel like they're going to revert to this being an all-day event. I just have one more thing I want to say about the sound, and I appreciate the Submariner's view on the sound. That diagram, which showed sort of a standard ring plopped on the center of the property, it really didn't account for 3,000 people standing on the edge where the path through the woods is and the amount of noise that they're going to create. As somebody who is one of the closest properties, I just really feel that that is a major effort, or a major problem. 2 quick words about the SUP itself. I feel like that we should not include by right activities, number 8 and 10, because they're already included in number 16, and that the traffic impact analysis should also include Fishback Road, which is not mentioned specifically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michael Dens. I've been a sound engineer for over 20 years. So every time you guys talk about amplified music and noise propagation, hey, that's me. I can tell you that when I've talked to Mr. Bianco and Ms. Wilshire, that out of every client that I've had, from people who threw bluegrass festivals and hollers in West Virginia to hospitals and churches, not a single one of them has ever rated the effect they were going to have on their neighbors as highly as these two. And I can tell you that with all of my expertise, very specifically in sound, it is going, everything we can do to mitigate the noise for the neighbors is going to be done, from the direction of where speakers are going to be pointed, to the timing, to the electrical requirements of the infrastructure of this county, is something that I and they have been considering from day one. Again, like I've done sound out in, you know, a holler in West Virginia, making sure that way more people could hear this way far away. And that group of people told me objectively they didn't care if the neighbors heard it or not. So I can tell you there's been nobody that I have worked with in literally decades, from farmers, from priests, from revivals to hospitals, to anybody who's ever thought this much about their neighbors. And I just think that that's something really special, and I'd like to bring to you guys' attention.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is William Adney. I'm a resident on Oak Park. I've spent 25 years in events. That's what I've done for my entire career. I am working with these folks because I feel like it's a wonderful company, and I have had the opportunity to work with thousands, literal thousands of different companies in my life, all the way from Hardly Strictly Bluegrass to Burning Man Festival, and this is the only company that I have ever felt actually has the integrity to do what they say, and they say what they do. Interesting. I also come from a small town, very small town, lower population density than here, and I hear y'all on the traffic. I really do. But I will also say that rolling through your downtown, I come from a small tourist town. I feel bad going through my town. Oh boy, I don't see a lot of development here. And then I roll through Madison, and my heart breaks, because I know y'all don't want change. Change is scary, but that's the only thing that's going to revive your town. And whether it's going to be this project or another one, something is going to change, or your board of supervisors aren't going to have a job. And they seem to be good people, personally, just from what I've seen over the course of the last few weeks.
Hello?
I do hear the traffic situation. I will also say that there are festivals that are starting right now that push 80,000 people down 80 miles of two-lane road with zero backups. So it is possible. I've worked with those groups.
Oh, that's bullshit.
It's also the world's largest Leave No Trace festival, of which I was the second in command of the Leave No Trace.
Total bullshit. I get to see West Claypool all the time, and there's backups everywhere.
I appreciate whoever's got the peanut gallery.
Come on, dude.
That I'm actually getting through to somebody. But yeah, Leave No Trace is also something that is near and dear to my heart. That's been most of my festival experience, is making sure that the impact that a show leaves doesn't happen. The fact that I'm able to come into this project from the beginning and lay the groundwork to look ahead and say, no, if we do this, then we're going to have to take out this in the future. Since we want to do this, we have to figure something else out. These people work with us. They make things happen. They're paying attention to the trees. And I really appreciated the young man that stood up here that then pointed out the trees, because nobody else had. Y'all are worried about the pavement that's already down. Like, no, we're trying to keep the trees alive too. And yeah, traffic sucks. I'm gonna be helping make sure that that's not an issue. I don't know what else to say. I'm in support 100%. I really hope y'all vote yes.
Thank you. Perfect timing, too.
Just as a quick comment from the IT department for people online, if we mute you, please do not unmute yourself. And when you join, you may want to try and mute yourself because we can hear anything that goes on in the background. So just that little note, not talking as a member of the public. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I know, I'm sorry. But it's bullshit.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. I'm Bernadine Conley Clark. I've spoken before you before. I want to thank you again for all the time and effort you put into this. I just wanted to give you one person's takeaway from what I hear. You do not seem impartial by any means. No way. You just don't. And let me be specific. It seems insincere to put numbers up to compare a residential area with an HOA, which is a self-governing, as you know, association, and invested citizens
Hello.
to
Hello.
an event where people will come with no investment in my town and in my roads and in the trees and in nothing. They are consumers. They will not be invested in the beauty that is surrounding them. They will be consuming an event and a lot of other things. I also want to say I am not a private business owner, but I was impacted by one because my dad was gone from 7 in the morning till 10 at night building a business. I understand it's hard. Compassion, not the word I'd give. Compassion is what I feel for the people around this area who really didn't want to be involved in this kind of conflict and aren't naturally drawn towards it. Compassion is what I feel for you because I think, frankly, you're being kind of taken in. I don't understand. You're smart people. You have businesses. You seem really gullible. You do. I'm sorry. You seem like you're falling for something. And I don't understand why, because the numbers aren't that big, and they're certainly not verified. Trust and verify, you have so many squishy numbers. You're going to come back to me in 5 years, you'll probably be gone from this position, and say, hey, I'm sorry. Sorry about that kid who wrapped his car around the tree. Sorry the money didn't come in. Sorry that ag property is gone forever. Sorry about all the people whose lives, you know what noise is like? When I saw that, it wasn't 21, it's 42 all those nights. Really? That doesn't seem like a lot to you? That doesn't seem like a major transformation of a community? I don't understand. I don't understand the lack of imagination that says, this is the best plan I've ever seen that goes with a comp plan. I heard that. Really? This is a really well-developed plan, and there's not details on what those other festivals are? I don't understand that. I ride that Rack Road every day. I ride it thinking about how would I ride this at 10 at night in the dark in the winter? It's tough. How would I ride it not knowing where those curves are? Ride it when the deer come out. Ride it when somebody's had a few too much to drink. And I've been to these fairs. It's a big part of it. There's a lot of taking things in. I just don't understand that. It doesn't feel like you guys are guardians of the county. I have 1 second. It feels like you're saying, these guys will take care of this, my hands will be washed. These guys will take care of this, my hands will be washed. I don't have numbers because that person has to give them to me. But your one role is to see the county as a whole and protect it. I understand in a budgetary sense, of course, with all balanced budgets, but you have to protect the spirit and heart of this place. And if it's sleepy downtown, you know what? That's okay. I kind of like it. It's part of its charm. I don't want another shop with a PE at the end of the word shop. I don't want another place where people come in and leave without really investing in the place that I chose to be. So I would just ask you to step back and wonder why this was put here. I think you've had some pretty good explanations for why this wasn't put on a commercial property, and really see if you're going to be able to put your head on the pillow if this doesn't turn out the way this ideal scenario that we keep being asked to imagine pans out. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, it's me again. If you are calling in online, if we mute you, there is no way for us to tell when you want to be unmuted. So if you are calling in, if your phone has the option, please mute yourself until you're ready to talk, because that is coming through our speakers occasionally. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Ross Shufflett. My son Daniel Shufflett's here, and kind of speaking for both of us, he trusts Dad not to make too big a fool out of either one of us. Basically, what I want to say is I appreciate the position y'all are sitting in. I've been there myself. I get it all the way around that this is no easy way to go. But I got interested in this case, and I did something I did for a long time. I got in my old black pickup truck that my brother bought in year 2000 or something like that, and went around and talked to folks, county. And I started asking some questions about this in particular. And I got some interesting feedback that I haven't heard brought up here tonight. I was told that wineries and breweries now are by right use in A1. So if this property all of a sudden goes to a brewery or a winery, pretty much everything they want to do is daggone near allowed as part of their business plan if that happens to be a brewery or a winery. That's state law. Y'all got no say in it whatsoever. I didn't know that. I was told that. I was also told that actually more of a question is like when the event's already established things in the county for the roadways where thousands of people are going to different festivals and things in the county, exactly what ordinance do they fall under? Are they already grandfathered because they've been there for years, but yet they've been running for years, and so this is something different, but it kind of falls along the same thing. That was brought up to my attention. I said, I didn't exactly know how to answer that one. Then another one gentleman brought up to me. He said, Madison don't want nothing anyway. You ask anybody tries to get anything through Madison, is picked to death, beat to death, or whatever, but the county really doesn't want to bring anything in to help anybody. I said, well, I can't answer that. I was kind of asking about this. Well, he kind of care less. He just said, don't bring nothing in. Then another citizen says, what happens if they cut the car tax to Madison County? How do I make that up? My home will make it up? We're going to get more things like this? What are we going to do to kind of make that revenue up? I'm like, never thought about that one. Then the roads. Somebody brought up the fact that, like, I think it's, I don't know, one of the brewers or something, he said, ain't a line painted on that road nowhere that people go there. They had 4th of July fireworks and all kinds of other stuff there. But he said that road didn't exactly do whatever, but he says they can be there, so nothing you can do about it. They there now. I said, okay, never thought about that one. Then they started talking about growth. They said they all enough remember when you went to Ruckersville, you was getting close to getting something. And you went to Culpeper, same way. That Madison is being pushed from the north and from the south, not only on 29, but Road 15. And that whatever planning we do, we better be daggone smart to think about what we got going. This piece of property here, according to my feeble research, there's R3 zoning close by, R1 zoning close by, A1 zoning in the neighborhood that has a homeowners association too. To look at this thing from 1,000 feet up, you go, this property could almost be more easily developed for housing. If some contractor come in and put a road in state standards, you're probably looking at, say, 80 homes, give or take, so that's all kinds of other things. Then a lot of folks said they like to see the open spaces in the ag stay, but it's unrealistic to talk about agriculture paying the bills in Madison simply because of the size of the dairy farms that's required today. You got a dairy farm that's milking roughly 600 to 800 head of cattle, and they're being pushed to milk more cows to get the milk production up. So looking at that kind of thing from an ag standpoint, they were kind of like, crops and soybeans have taken over for cattle and livestock, so they were kind of going down that path. I guess what I'm saying is I appreciate the facts you're going, but when you consider this application, consider it for what it is. I'm sure Mr. Nickel and his staff spent a lot of time doing what you should to put this thing together and say if it does or it doesn't, that's you all's final decision. But his staff's work in conjunction, I'm assuming Ms. Tracy Gardner, their group, they all spent a lot of time going through and looking at the numbers, and Mr. Daniels is responsible for being able to tell you what it'll generate. But I guess what I'm saying, I have always supported property rights for individuals to develop their property within the law and the ordinance, so forth and so on. That'd be the Commonwealth of Virginia, Madison County zoning ordinance. So I just ask you all, when you're doing your job, just think about it, and I'll support whatever you go either way, but I personally think this project could be a heck of a lot worse for us but like anything else, you can always see a way to make it a little better. I appreciate your time, and hope it didn't embarrass you too much, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
A quick point of order. We have 3 individuals who are requesting to comment from online. One has already spoken during this session, so it's your discretion what you want to do. But the 2 that are in line to speak now, should you choose to recognize them, are Chris W. and someone by Crowder. Maybe it's Chris W. Crowder. I'm not sure. We can see.
Okay, yeah, if we have somebody who hasn't spoken yet online, let's go ahead. Are you there?
Yes.
The one that hasn't spoken already.
I haven't spoken.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Chris Covington. I live in Malvern, and I want to address the traffic. So I'm on my computer right now on the VDOT bidirectional traffic volume 2020. So the traffic for in front of their property is from Power Dam Road to Fishback Road, and it is 1,100 cars traveled a day. The Fishback Road is from 29 or Restoration Lane to Oak Park Road, and as of 2022, there are 1,700 cars that travel that per day. I know that road was not designed for that many cars. The Oak Park in front of Malvern is from Fishback Road to Carpenter Mill, and it is 1,800 cars a day. Oak Park from 29 to Carpenter Mill is 2,300 cars a day. I don't care if they only put 100 cars. That is far too many for these streets for what they were designed. I do this for a living. I develop land. I know what it takes to get a commercial interest in, and the amount of room they're going to have to do it. I think that you all need to seriously think about the impact to all the neighborhoods and the traffic. So I'm absolutely against it. And furthermore, if you all allow this, you're opening Pandora's box to whatever they want. Who is going to police their numbers? Or, is the county going to have somebody out there counting cars? Because they can tell you whatever they want, but they're not going to count. They're not going to count cars. They're going to allow as many people as in. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good night.
Thank you. All right, did we have a second person? Or is there someone else online?
Deputy Crowder, you are able to go now if you like. They're unmuted, but.
All right, well, let's proceed then, and if they come back on, we'll listen to them.
Hi, my name is Kevin Wynn of Fox Hunters. I won't repeat anything I haven't said last time about traffic and whatnot and the good of the county. It's mainly just a counterpoint, or much less just an observation. I won't lay down any history or wisdom. I mean, look at me, and well, what do I know of history or wisdom? I barely have any years on me. My observation is, I argue that we, as residents of Madison County, are not anti-business. We are not, and I argue that on many points. The one being, if you're familiar with the Madison County General Store that's right across from McDonald's, or a little bit to the right of Pig and Steak. That used to be our general store, obviously before my time. Or the fact that, Family Dollar went out of business, and now we have an Emmy Lou's there, right? We're not against big business. Or Jenny Lynn's. It's like an Italian pizzeria that used to be another Italian pizzeria with a pet parlor right next to it. We are not against business in Madison County. I say we're all open for it. However, we are open for it not at the expense of our peace and quiet. And there's nothing more there's not a bigger eyesore on a small town like ours than empty space, especially when you see those old buildings like the old general store. It's empty, and it kind of reminds us of that. It's kind of like a scar, and then the only way to really for that to heal or cover it up is to bring in new business. What happens if this goes sideways? It's a lot of land, and it's a lot bigger than the old general store. Do we just put up another one, or do we try to revert it back to the way it was? That's just a question I've just wanted to put in y'all's head. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Tracy Gardner, Economic Development and Tourism. I'm not going to let my coworker go down without saying that I too support this project very much. I too have been in the trenches working with the comp plan, looking at the comp plan over the years, 24 to be exact, and this does check every single box. It's looked at by the state, Virginia Tourism, saying it's perfect gem for Madison County. It's agritourism. It's under a canopy of trees. It's a special place, which is exactly why, and it was pointed out, you guys are great real estate people, apparently. You picked out the great piece of real estate. Good for you. The reason they want that spot is because it is special, and it is in a canopy of trees. But I preface everything I say with VDOT will have their say, and that will suss out many of the issues that we're all talking about. Traffic-wise, definitely an issue. But the big thing I have an issue with is these visitors to these events they're not the ones that are going to be driving fast. They're the ones that are going to be driving very cautious and very slow. They take their time, and they don't know where they're going. So that's just a simple thing. Regarding the petitions that I've heard about, I've also seen people that are very much for it, but they get attacked heavily on social media. And if there are people that are signing the petitions and circulating petitions or telling people that it's going to be a theme park and it's going to make your taxes go up and your home value go down, well, of course, I would sign that as well. Theme park is what, Kings Dominion, 400 acres and 300 feet tall. Yeah, that's not what this is. We will be getting tax revenue from this. The attendees are purchasing memberships, and that's what I was trying to remember. It's with the state. The taxes are done with the NAICS code. That's how the county gets in. It falls under recreation and our traveler spending. So that's actually broken down, and we can see that. The people coming to these events also support other small businesses. Just like I know for Taste of the Mountains, every other business in town is busier that day because of the event. They'll come early, they'll stay late, they'll get gas, they have to go to Food Line, they'll get dinner. All of these things all helps. It all raises all of our small businesses, which all could use it. Comment about alcohol not being served at Grace festivals. Grace festivals have had alcohol for years, including their own hard cider. But for many of these events, it's secondary. Animal habitat, totally understand that as well, but every subdivision, every house disrupts animal habitat. And every subdivision was complained about by people that lived there before they happened as well. Also on the noise, I've been to parties at Malvern, and they go on after 10 o'clock, and the noise is loud. And on the property values, assessments last year, I never heard anybody complain about their assessments being low if they're next to Balltop or Ducard. That didn't happen. These events will also complement other events, not compete with them, such as Parks and Rec. Large equipment on the road, absolutely, but like was already said, we already have that. Cattle trucks, horse trailers, combines, tractors, tractor trailers. I'll give my one PSA. Talking about tourism-related businesses online, this is a staff thing, and just while we have people here, if you have a complaint about a tourism-related business, be it a restaurant, customer service type, hospitality business, please talk to the manager of the business, because if you say you care about your economy, don't post it and blast it on social media and then come and complain about taxes going up. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Bruno speaking. I live on Fox Hunters Lane. And I just want to talk about something from experience. We had a gentleman here who was a sound engineer, I think, or something like that. I grew up in a town, Union, New Jersey, and not far, mile and a half from my house was Route 22. And at night with the window open, going to bed, I could hear the traffic clearly on Route 22, even at that distance, okay? On Route 22 was a movie theater, a drive-in theater, if you, well, those remember drive-ins, right? So the music or sound that would play during a movie was on the speakers in the window of the car. And if you were outside of your car, you really couldn't hear the movie very well. You know, it wasn't broadcast, okay? But when I was at my friend's house about a mile there, if the wind was blowing towards us on a nice summer evening, we could hear what was going on at the movie theater, at the drive-in, okay? So to say that the music that's coming through this potential venue is not going to be a distraction to us in the neighborhood, of course it is. There's no doubt about it, okay? Especially if the wind's blowing your direction. You know, so I wanted to make that point. You know, talking about the traffic and stuff like that, right now I can hear the traffic from 29 on Fox Hunters Lane at night, okay? I can hear the traffic on Fishback. And all this is going to do is increase that traffic dramatically. Now, from a technical standpoint, you guys are here as the committee, and, you know, you may be looking and saying, okay, well, you know, this particular section of the code says this is okay, you can, yes, you can do this, yes, you can do that. But I want to know, you know, in our hearts, where does that compare to all of us who live there in our residential neighborhoods, okay, who invested in these homes, who invested in the quiet, who invested in a beautiful place to live? I moved here in 2009, okay, to Madison from over in Rapidan. I love it. I love where I live, but I see it in tremendous jeopardy now between the traffic, the noise. There will be noise, you know, and it's just going to change it. You're going to kill our property value, you know, and I want you guys to really consider that in your gut compared to just, you know, what do these you know, little laws say, you know, this sort of thing. It's really about us. It's really about what's going to happen to our nice neighborhood. It's going to go downhill. This is going to be a lot of crap. You know, you're going to have alcohol on site, and you've talked about that. You think all these people coming down from Northern Virginia aren't going to be smoking dope, some of them, young people? And I'm not judging them, but don't put it in our neighborhood, okay? You're going to risk our health, risk our children's lives. This is dangerous, and this should not happen. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
online commenter W. Crowder is prepared to speak at this time.
Let's go then. Mr. Crowder? Are you there?
Mr. or Mrs. Crowder, you can go ahead with your public comment now.
Okay, we'll try again later. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to start by saying, please don't set the timer. This is emotional enough. We're here, and that thing beeping in 3 minutes. So I'm going to be respectful of time, but that's annoying.
It's not annoying, it's a courtesy to everyone, so we can all have the same time to talk.
I
Thank you,
understand,
ma'am.
but it's a suggested time.
Thank
and
you,
when
ma'am.
the beeper starts going off, I'm not a trained SEAL. I'm going to be respectful. My name is Jennifer Mazzaris. I live on Bridle Trail Lane. I've been to the last couple of meetings. Just a couple of quick points. Everybody knows traffic. I'm not going to rehash that. But I do want to say one thing. As I was leaving today, out of Fox Hunters coming up over the top of Fishback, there were no signs from Fox Hunters when I took a right turn. They were mowing. Blind hill there. Came up over. Thank God I was doing the speed limit right over the thing. I almost rear-ended the back of the mowers. They're out. You know how they go. So that's a realistic concern, and we all know, and I agree, all the roads that connect. It's just not Oak Park Road. This whole thing being a well-thought-out plan, I have to agree. You know, she's changed her tune every meeting. Whatever wants to be heard is what she says. We don't have defined events. We don't have defined, this is the timing, 10 o'clock, those are late hours. How many people, we talked about memberships and everything like that, but now we have campers that are going to be vendors. What dictates who's a vendor? Are they going to allow one camper there for the vendor, or can they have 5 people there? Are they staying for the weekend? Are they staying for the week? How many cars are they allowed to bring in? You have 853 spots. Is that including the vendors? Is that including everybody else that's there as employees or volunteers? That's all not defined, right? We talk about, oh, the woodland. Yes, it's a beautiful piece of property. Let's keep it that way. If you look at her phase plan, she cuts more and more of those trees down. Then we talk about a 14-foot fence. The other big thing is, that's right, she is a property owner, and property owners have rights, but so do all the property owners that are there and want to come home. We had talked about how many people commute out of this county as a choice. We moved here as a choice because we liked the environment. We commute. I commute to UVA, back and forth. I don't like traffic, and we all know it backs up. The other thing with traffic is everybody says yes theoretically. Look what happened how many years ago. They had to take down a hill by Forest Lakes because that high school girl was reamed by a tractor trailer. So who's going to pay for that? Who's going to tell a child's mother or father that I'm sorry that we voted on tax revenue and not private property rights and all this other stuff in the concerned citizens? Because we've said it, that lighted fishback, to add 1 second, look what happened. And you can parade up here anybody. You're shaking your head, you can tell me anything. For every expert they put forward, we can have an expert that says against it, right? The county approved fox hunters or bridle trail lane, my property. Everybody I've come out to have to do it, it's all funneled right to our house. I don't know who approved that. So I've had multiple people. So those are all worthless. My rights as a property owner is to come home, have some kind of sense of peace and quiet, not be told it's 10 o'clock, not be told, you know, a sound manager, it's amplified, it's not amplified, it's a 14-foot fence, or be told how many hogs can be put on the property. So I implore you, I understand revenue, I do. But this is not a good fit for Madison County. This is not in what our look is. Our town, go out and find businesses, bring them to Main Street, bring them to commercial zoned properties. You yourself in the last meeting even referred to it as commercial multiple times by multiple members. Go back and really look and listen to what the citizens are up here saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all are probably tired of seeing me.
Are you IT still?
W. Crowder is available through phone this time. We believe he is ready, or they.
All right, let's try.
All right, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Can you hear me this time? Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Crowder.
Hello? Okay. Hey, I've been a taxpayer in Madison County for better part of 30 years. And I've watched multiple things try to come into the county. And I'm gonna make this really straightforward. If you don't want your taxes to go up, you've got to find revenue sources. If you turn down everything that comes in as a revenue source, the county only has one choice. That's to raise property taxes. So we need to get over, not in my backyard, and we need to figure out how to raise revenue. Someone's coming with a straightforward approach to raise revenue. We need to pay attention to that. We need to let VDOT do their business and figure out the roads, and we need to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
There's been a lot that's been said, so I wrote this earlier, so if it's been covered, I'm sorry. My name is Mary DiMartino, and I want to thank you for hearing me. As I know by now, you have received many emails, phone calls, and such, as well as witnessing many residents to come out and pack this room. Previously, and with some sarcasm, it has been stated, so glad you all know where to find this place. I'd like to explain the reason why myself and others don't and haven't attended the regular meetings. Because we, the people of Madison, have so far been able to trust you all. So far, you have done right by the people, enabling us to enjoy our own lives in this beautiful place we call home, because you, the watchmen, have kept watch, and we want to thank you for that. So please take notice
when people respond and come out having been made aware of what is being proposed and pack a room to share concerns. Please don't mock us, calling us mean, scary people, but instead see the scared people, scared of having their lives negatively altered. People who call this place home, who have given up conveniences to live here, believe that what we have here is worth more than any convenience. Now the people of Madison and all the whole deer is being threatened. Their right to enjoy peace and quiet at home without amplified music, generators, and gridlock traffic leading to their homes, of the realistic possibility of not being able to do basic daily life on the proposed weekends, such as getting in and out of our neighborhoods and driveways, to go to things like soccer games, church, Lowe's, or having friends over for a gathering, but instead have to make the decision, is it worth trying to leave my neighborhood? Madison, Virginia Municipal Code, this has been quoted several times, 14-4-2C states, the use shall be in harmony with the intent of the zoning district and shall not adversely affect the use of neighboring property or the welfare of persons living and working in the neighborhood of the proposed. We would definitely be adversely affected. So tonight, and in the future, I'm asking you to consider when you go home and you drive down some quiet back road, I'm done, literally a paragraph, and pull into your driveway, and you have been able to do so without the possibility of 840 cars sharing the roads that lead to your home, and you pull into your driveway and it's peaceful without amplified music or lights dimming the stars, please realize that is all we want to. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Jennifer McGuire, and if you could just scroll down a little bit under the Frost Fest and zoom in just a little bit on Ashlon Drive, and you'll be able to see my property right there. So I have a very close property to this proposal, and my husband and I and our family moved here 2 years ago, and I believe that stories are more powerful than data. And the story I'm going to tell you tonight is that I'm a fourth-generation farm child, and unfortunately I've not been able to carry on that dream, and neither has my fifth generation that I'm raising, because we came from Northern Virginia. We came from Woodbridge, and a place you guys might know, Potomac Mills, was built when my mother was in high school. And they said, oh, the revenue is going to be great. We didn't go out on the weekends. We didn't leave our property. We had a little over an acre, and we were on the side of a highway because the county kept taking our land and taking our land and taking our land. Eminent domain. And they put a sewer line on my family's farm to build over 300 houses that eventually turned into 4 neighborhoods that completely surrounded my family's property. And luckily in 2004, in 2004, my grandparents had to make the very difficult decision to leave that property that they invested in with my great-grandparents. And it was tragic. And I don't want to go through that again. And I don't want to have to move away from here, because I moved here for the exact reason that the woman before me outlined. I moved here for the peace and quiet. I don't want to live on another side of a highway. So I truly appreciate all the work that y'all do. I've worked in county government for quite a long time myself. It's not easy. I know that there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that's not seen. At the same time, please consider the impact that this is going to have on the people in and around it. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Daryl Estes. I am the or one of the co-owners of 40-43C, which is, I'm in somewhat of a unique position than others in that I have the partial ownership of the property adjacent to this property with road frontage. And so my concern is how it's going to potentially affect the size of our property, because if the road has to be improved, we're probably going to lose part of our front yard in order to make that happen. I'm concerned about marketability and accessibility because of the traffic. When I look at the conditions that were placed up on the screen, what I saw was a fair amount of ambiguity, lack of specificity, and that concerns me. Mr. Whitman, I have that correct, eloquently spoke of compassion and risk. Where's the compassion for me as a property owner who has to take risk if this goes through? And so that's a two-way street. And so I would implore both the commission and the board to consider that. Now, I'm not putting myself above anybody else who has an adjacent property, but I do have a little bit of a unique stake in that it's not in my backyard. It's in my front yard where I'm going to take a hit. George Washington, hopefully everyone here knows who George Washington is, had a great quote. He said, "Few men have the virtue to withstand the highest bidder." I count myself in that few, and I challenge you to do the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Carolyn Wall, and I live in Malvern, and I have lived in Virginia since 2019. I had previously lived in the Denver area for 40 years, and I can tell you I saw a lot of change. I feel my biggest concern is the changes that this will have on our quality of life. I mean, we've chosen to live in this area because of the nature of it. Traffic is huge. In addition to traffic, possibly the people that might be leaving the property under the influence of alcohol or drugs. And I would be shocked if VDOT would approve this, but I don't want to count on that. A lot of us are being looked at as being negative and anti-growth and anti-Madison County. This is just not the place for this. And I think that's what a lot of people are trying to say. This should not be a special use. This needs to be put on a piece of commercial property. I also was bothered by the fact that Ms. Wilshire at the last meeting came out and said directly, if I don't get this permit, I can develop it into 2-point-whatever acre lots. To me, that's a veiled threat. But please consider those of us. And one other thing I want to dispute, and I know that the gentleman used a formula. I live in Malvern. I don't think I make 9 trips out of my home, out of the neighborhood in a week. And a lot of us are retired like I am. We are getting new and younger families and people that are moving there and are commuting from Charlottesville and other places. But I don't think that the number that was presented for Malvern is really a valid number. Again, please consider this. Consider the reason a lot of us live where we do. I'm not directly affected by it, but I will be affected by it just because of traffic on the roads. And I question their safety now. And if we start adding all these other cars, it's not going to get any better. I also like to comment as an observation that I've made personally today is a lot of the people that have spoken in favor of this, not everybody, is somehow associated with the project. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Holly Brooks. I live in Happy Hills. At right there where that E is on East Happy Hills Lane, on the Eda Lane. That's where my house is. I have talked to a lot of my neighbors in the past week. They say you're not listening to them at all. Not at all. Also, I have a new driver in my household, my grandson that I've had since he was 5 months old. He's 18 now. I'd like to see him get to 25, maybe. I'm scared to death. He works at Food Line. He'll be coming home from work while they're having their festival. What happens when a trooper comes to my house and tells me that my grandson is gone because somebody from their thing hit him head on because they were drunk? You tell me. Are you going to feel bad? He's right now all I have. And that's what scares me. And I want you to think about that. It could be anybody's kid. It could be your grandkid. I don't want it to be mine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Bud Craig. I'm a resident of Malvern. I agree with the concerns of my neighbors in Malvern regarding the traffic issues. This is a legitimate concern for traffic and safety. My lot backs up to the Oak Park Road, and it's not too far from the proposed entrance of this project. And I'd hope VDOT would put in the necessary safeguards to ensure safety. I don't have a problem with the application otherwise, as I feel it can be an asset to the community. I've listened to the objections, some very legitimate and others somewhat exaggerated. There are about 15 or 20 acres of open land with this property. I'm very familiar with the property myself. And actually, from Oak Park Road down to where the venue is going to be is almost a 3/4 of a mile. That's not too far from my property. So out of the 180 some acres, there's very little of this property actually being developed. I would expect that the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors are going to do what's necessary to protect the concerns of the neighbors and make a decision that addresses the concerns and does what's best for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Hardy. I own a local small business. I have busted my ass in. I understand where she's coming from. I'm not even here to talk about if I support, deny. I do support it, but I worked in the cafeteria for 12 years. The school is paid by revenue in this county because they're a county position. I became full-time, so I was a 10-month employee. I got paid 12 months straight, but I was off in the summer. That's how they were paid. I made $972 a month because we don't have revenue to pay anything. The teachers here are paid less than all surrounding counties because we have no revenue. This is a big part of our county. I don't care that, for instance, football games can be heard from my front door. Are you going to stop going to them? I'm not. Noise is noise. Traffic is a huge one, and I 100% agree. Traffic is going to be something. She is going out of her way to make a way for it to be less as she can make it. We lost 17 teachers last year. We're going into a new school year with only 14 of those teachers taken care of. And my numbers might be off. That's just what I know from working in the school system. I do still work in the school system. We've got to do something in Madison, or else, like I've heard, you guys aren't going to have a job because we're not going to be here. We're not going to have anything. And we're going to become one of those towns that doesn't even exist anymore. I get that you want peace and quiet and all this great stuff. We're still going to be small enough. We're just going to be a little bit bigger. We're not going to be like Culpeper. We're not going to be like Ruckersville. We still do have limits set. She is going out of her way to follow every rule, every dot, and cross every T. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am not here to make an IT
Not
issue.
IT, okay.
I am here to comment as a member of the public. Alan Berry, 1171 Oak Park Road. I'm pretty much at the intersection of Oak Park, Carpenter's Mill, and O'Neill, so any of the throughway traffic will probably be coming in front of my house. I am generally in support of this project. I don't see a lot of negatives. The traffic is extremely concerning to me. We have had a lot of accidents in front of our house. Thank God they haven't happened there frequently since time has moved on. I don't want to go back, but I would like to echo everything the gentlelady said before me. Like, we need revenue. We need it. Like, the schools, they need help. The government, it needs help. Not the federal, our local government, our good government. The other thing I would like to say is that VDOT is a very effective and efficient organization. That lie aside, I have been to more meetings than I can count at this point, including Planning Commission and Board. I was here for Cressray. I was here for Criglersville. I'm here for this one now. I trust the process. I think what is happening here is good. There's a lot of debate back and forth. They're hashing things out. I would only say that I would like for people to work with applicants even more. But I trust y'all. I think you know what you're doing. I think the process is good. But VDOT, very effective. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Mike Ross. One of the neighbors of the property. If you could zoom out on that a little bit. Up a little bit. Perfectly good right there. Right below the hills is where my house is. That pond that's there is roughly 650 feet from my house, ish. So there's no amount of sound engineering that's going to keep this from disturbing my peace. That's all there is to it. Just routine. Again, I said in the last meeting, my neighbors don't want this. I don't want this. Madison County doesn't want it. There's plenty of commercial property around that we can find ways to generate revenue. And I implore you guys to entertain those options, but not this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Desiree Bruce. I'm on Bridal Trail Lane. I actually have a question for Ms. Wilshire, if that's appropriate. I'm not going to be mean, I promise. I just had a question. Is that okay?
It's not normal procedure, but what, is that
I
okay?
can just
Okay.
I can just say it, and then
Okay.
like, you know, if she wants to answer, that's fine. I'm just a little bit like confused on how you're going to sell the memberships, and I guess this is just for like, you know, for everyone else's knowledge as well. Because I know you say like 835, 840 cars or so, and that's what you're going to cap it at. But what about those people that buy memberships, but like today, for example, I met two moms at a water park, and we came in 3 different cars. Like, yeah, so like, how would you manage that? Are you gonna like put it on your membership that like how many cars are you gonna be bringing? Or
So that's a great question, and thank you for bringing that up. So whatever the number is that we're allowed to park on site, of course, we take away anybody that has to be there for our purposes, but then you will purchase a separate parking pass, and our parking passes will be capped at whatever that VDOT number is for allowance of traffic. And then we split that parking pass number up with the timed entries, which you purchase as part of your membership. So the parking pass, you kind of have to have first because that's the only piece of it that is our real number. But if you're going to put so you'll have your parking pass, but if you and, like you say, the two other moms are meeting up, you would have your parking pass plus the number of members of the individuals in your car, and then they would have to have their parking pass with however number of people fit in their car. So if they had a minivan versus a sedan kind of thing, it accounts for that.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just curious, because, I mean, you could sell tickets or memberships for 840 cars, but you might get, like, 3,000 people. Like, so I was just curious, because that could mean a difference of cars on the road versus people in your place. So
Absolutely.
just was curious. So that was just more of like an FYI for everybody, because I was confused about it. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Katrina Friend, and I'm actually from Rochelle area, but I had a question for Molly also about the memberships, and I just wondered if she could expand a little bit on how you're going to do the membership. What exactly, let's say I want a membership, what am I going to get with the membership?
What's the process? So the membership, go online, your phone, tablet, whatever device you did, you'd have to get it in advance before the date of the event. There's not an option to purchase your parking pass the day of the event, because at that point, that's kind of your cap. So you get your membership. With your membership, when you show up, if it's the first time you've ever been there for your membership, you'll receive your choice, and depending on the festival, of a T-shirt or like a tote bag. And that is the physical commodity that you would receive, and then subsequently Madison County, we get the revenue from that event entry fee. Your parking pass would be emailed to you for you to print or show at your phone before you'd even be allowed in, and we plan for turnarounds if people kind of don't know the process. Behind all of our marketing and any of the email series that you get when you sign up for anything, it'll give very specific instructions for all of that as well, so people are not confused as the process.
Okay. All right, the reason I was asking is that memberships in the state of Virginia are either taxable, some are exempt from sales tax and use, and some aren't. And that's the reason that I wanted to know how she was structuring it. So I have one more comment. I don't live in the area as far as right around the venue, but I would prefer that the venue was in a commercial area and not residential. If it was in my area, I'd think about that. I have a big empty area across from me. I wouldn't really want it there. We have a little residential area. It's nice, it's quiet, it's peaceful, all the things that people have spoken about. And it just wouldn't be a good place for it, to have it. It would destroy all that we have there. So commercial would be better, not residential as far as.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time on this case? Do we have anyone online?
Mr. Covington, who spoke earlier, is the only one who has his hand raised.
All right, is there any other public comment in the room?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, okay, let's go ahead then.
I don't have anything to say. I appreciate y'all's time. You know how I feel.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Cindy Herndon. I spoke last time, and I won't go over anything else that I said before. This is only my second meeting, but the one thing I will say, after I left the last meeting, I did go out and canvass my local neighborhood, which is right off O'Neill's Road, and they were kind of surprised that this thing is getting traction. And most of the people that I talked to were kind of surprised that y'all were so for it. They go, "Oh, we heard that's not going to pass." I said, "Well, where did you hear that from?" And so I actually started a petition because I thought if they're that strongly opposed to it, then maybe they need to put their signature on something that shows that they're truly opposed to it. I got a lot of feedback about the fact that they thought that they didn't really know a lot about it. I didn't know a lot about it until I was informed. And then sitting in the meeting, I learned a lot about it. I learned a lot from you all. I learned a lot from the audience. I went back and listened to the whole meeting again on YouTube because I didn't know you could do that. And I listened to all the comments, and I tried to be very objective about it. And I still came away with the same feeling, that this is not right for this area. I'm not saying it's not, I'm for growth. I like things to come to Madison, but not in this area. This is the wrong spot. It affects way too many people. And the people that are out crying, that live right around it, they're pouring their hearts out to you and saying, we do not like this idea. So why is it that one person or two people can have so much say in this, then it affects so many other people? That's my biggest concern. And also the fact that it got pushed so fast. I feel like this was pretty quick. You know, I don't think enough people have had time to really look at this and give it an objective look and be able to make comment. Because so many people that just on my lane alone, those people did not really know. There were many that signed. There were a couple that said, well, I don't know enough to sign a petition, but I'll at least think about it now. But it's not enough time now. It's here. Now y'all are going to make a decision. And he pointed out, yeah, y'all could make a decision to go forward, but then guess what? VDOT still, don't throw this to VDOT. Don't make them be the ones to be the bad guy that, turns her into something she's got to pour money into to get it done. Y'all make the right decision for Madison, for our community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Susie Davidson. If you look at the top of the picture, the top right corner of the red, on the red part there, to the left, starting at that red point, all the way down until across the creek. When you stop a little bit further, I'll go up to the open area there. That's my property. We hunt. We have livestock. I have serious concerns about my livestock's ability to not be concerned, not be afraid. Are we going to have to get rid of our animals? Or we're not even going to be able to hunt because, we have 3 families that live on our property. And all 3 families utilize the meat that we get when we hunt and from the livestock that we have on our property. I have very deep concerns about it. Our families have lived on those properties. I've lived there for 30 years. So going into the 40s, I suppose, is when our families started living there. I encourage you to take in consideration that, and I'm all for development, I am. But as a lot of other people have said, this is commercial. We're all residential. We're here for a reason and for a purpose. And I think that's a great idea in a commercial spot, not smack dab in the middle of where we live. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Nate Nelson, resident of Madison. I've heard everybody's arguments for and against. I hear a lot of fear. Having been an EMT firefighter, correctional officer, I know what that fear is like. Something I would like to point out, this opportunity, from a creative standpoint, there was a gentleman who is a sound engineer, offers opportunities to younger folk to learn non-traditional or trade skills like being a sound engineer, where normally you would have to go to some type of specialty school or an expensive school. I see the possibility of working these events, learning, interning, paid. I don't know. I'm just proposing different means of learning these non-traditional positions, whether it be as a performer, you know, glass blowing, ironsmithing, sound engineering, whatever the case may be. So I'd just like to say I am for this and just take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Jim Pike. I live on Oak Park Road, 2123. One thing I haven't heard a whole lot about that was spelled out in the comprehensive plan is to, second goal in that is to increase the number of well-paying jobs for county residents. I haven't heard any numbers considering full-time employment for this venue. Everything's about part-time opportunities. And for high school and college kids, that's great. I'm not discounting that. But from a tax revenue standpoint, full-time employees with benefits are the well-paying jobs that we're looking for. Not hearing any numbers about that, just about the seasonal employment and volunteer opportunities. So keep that in mind when you vote. The other thing is, I grew up in Fairfax, and I watched Fairfax SUP itself into the disaster it is today before they started going into technology corridors and smart growth and planned development, et cetera, et cetera. SUPing yourself to death is not going to work. If it did, Fairfax wouldn't be paying $1.09 on their property taxes versus in 74 cents that we're paying. Thank you very much for your time, and consider that during your vote.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, any public comment further? Anyone online? Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Priscilla Flory, and I spoke to you before. This is a very serious time for Madison County, I think. And as I said before, I appreciate your time, the amount of work that you put in. I've had the privilege of talking to some of you about this project and what is proposed. I've learned a lot, and I'm very grateful. As I said earlier when I spoke to you, you men are voted in, but you are really appointed by God. The Bible says that God appoints the leaders. And I have prayed for you, along with many of the other people in this room, that you will hear and respond to what God is saying. Whether you believe in him or not, he does speak. And he does have a plan for Madison County. All of the land of Madison County actually belongs to him. And he has a plan for it. Madison County has a personality, and I've become very much aware of that as I have been to these meetings, as I have talked to neighbors, as I have talked to members of the boards, both of you. And Madison County has a beautiful personality. And that's why people come here. One of the thoughts that I've had concerning this, what can we do, is if this is a commercial venue, which we've heard many people say it is, let's put it in a commercial spot. I wouldn't put it anywhere, quite frankly, because I don't believe in what some of the things that I believe it will bring in. and I wouldn't put it anywhere. But Madison County has a history, and that I think that if we look at that, what can we do in Madison County that will bring people in and we can learn about our history, not about some ancient history that means nothing to any of us, and bring in games that really are those what we really want to bring in. I think about Williamsburg, and I think about Madison County. We could do something very much like that would honor the personality, honor the people, put it in the area, Main Street, build up Main Street. It can be done. And I think it would be very pleasing to 100% of the people in this room. Again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Thank you, Madison County residents who have gone out and done exceedingly abundantly good things. And I do want to close with a prayer. Would you please pray with me? Lord Jesus, we thank you that you love Madison County. We thank you that you died for all the people of Madison County, that we would know you, that we would know how loved we are, how special we are, that you have a plan, a perfect plan for this county and for all who come here. Father, we thank you that your plans are for good, never, ever for evil. We thank you that your plans give us a future and your plans give us a hope. So, Father, please give us ears to hear you. Please give us eyes to see you. Please give us faith to trust you and obey you. For then we know that Madison County will become all that you have in your heart and mind for her to be. And it will be beautiful. It will bless your Father's heart, and it will bless all the people who live here and who come here. And so we ask this for your glory and for the blessing of Madison County. Thank you, Lord, for what you've done. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for what you're going to do, because you are good. You are good. You are oh so good. Amen.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Yes, sir.
I'm Dave Davidson, Susan Davidson's husband, and we live up on the top there, right bordering the property. I do hunt a little bit, but I'm not concerned so much about that as when I raised my kids there, we would enjoy going outside, looking at stars, you know, walking the roads and, you know, just enjoying the countryside. And the way I look at it here is if they are lighting off fireworks or lighting up the woods, and it's going to interfere with the way I'm used to living there and the reason I live there. I just, if the wind's blowing the right way, all the music's going to go right to me. It goes right. I can hear them over there with tractors and stuff now. Anyway, what I wanted to ask you guys on the commission here and the board, how would you like this in your backyard, right in your backyard? Do you really want something like that? Would you like that? That's my question. Anyway, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, I'm Jennifer Campbell. As the town mayor, I would like to say thank you to any business that tries to come to Madison and to increase the opportunities for the county and for the town. It has been a difficult season to learn the financials and to get involved in the government side, and learning all that there is, I know that we have to do something. Change is necessary. I will be impartial to any yay or nay because of my position. But the one thing that I do encourage and ask perhaps of both town and county, and that is that we somehow find, whether it's a grant or something, but to have perhaps do a traffic impact analysis for all roads that lead to home here in Madison, because any event or activity that we have will have traffic from north, south, east, and west. And there are certain roads that will be more heavily impacted to whether it's one spot or any other spot. But those main roads, if you come from Richmond, you're going to come down 231 from 33, or come through Orange and still hit 15. From Culpeper north, east, west, we have to worry about the roads, the traffic, and VDOT is quite expensive, and there's still a 6-year plan to even get anything done. So we need to be progressive, and we need to start thinking, because opportunities are going to arise very rapidly as water, sewer, all of these things, the infrastructure is put into place. I do believe change is needed in order to protect our taxes and all that has been said tonight. But from the town's perspective, I have had businesses come to me and ask, do we go, do we not? We don't want to jeopardize our business if we say yay or nay. And generally from the town, I would just say all business is welcome, encouraged, and they thank you for any opportunities that you're able to make within the right reason, because they also live in the community as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Going once, going twice. Any further public comment? I want to thank you all. And I guess if there's no further public comment, we will see if there's any further discussion at this point.
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I thank the public for coming out, for the emails. I've really appreciated it. It's been helpful to me in the continuing research that I do for the county and for this job and others that I have in the county. But I'm reminded of Leo Tolstoy's novel, Anna Karenina, begins, all happy families are alike, and each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. This sort of means that, you know, we all share a common thread of those attributes that keep us happy, but any variety of attributes can cause an unhappy family. Communities experiencing population and economic decline tend to have their own unique source of unhappiness, and is often rooted in the loss of a major industry, coal in Southwest Virginia, tobacco and manufacturing in the South Side, fisheries around the Chesapeake Bay, and the iconic family farm throughout the Commonwealth, and especially in Central Virginia. Though Virginia's regions have lost different types of jobs, they have all struggled to create new jobs in the fast-growing, high-tech paying services, such as finance or tech, which U.S. economy has transitioned to in recent decades. This economic transition has fundamentally reshaped Virginia's demographics. At the end of World War II, 43% of the people lived in rural areas. As of the census, the recent census, only 14% live in rural areas. And they're facing struggling demographic trends, aging populations, deaths outnumbering births, and population decline. The recent good news is that rural Virginia is the beneficiary of out-migration from the urban areas and in-migration here. Madison has not been a beneficiary, or maybe it has. Our neighboring counties have experienced over 4% growth since 2020. That's Greene, Orange, and Culpeper. Our growth rate has been less than 2%. And that's not necessarily bad if the in-migration is not creating the burden of infrastructure. But a look at the economics of the county tells us a different story. Most of the speakers have stated that we are, in fact, an agricultural farming community. And indeed, our comprehensive plan confirms that notion, recognizes it, and seeks to build upon it. National trends indicate, however, that farming as we know it is on the decline. Analyzing the USDA's Census of Agriculture, as well as other reputable sources reporting the fact that farmers are getting older, the number of farms is falling, and nationally, two key themes emerge. Number one, how are we going to feed the people? And number two, how are rural communities going to rely on farming? In Virginia, farmers declined by 4% between 2017 and the 2022 Ag Census. The average age of Virginia's farmers increased from 58 and a half years in 2017 to 59.2 years in 2022, continuing a 40-year trend. In 2002, 25% of the farmers were 65 or older. In 2022, just 20 years later, 83% of the farmers were in that demographic. 83% of those farms were considered small farms as defined by the agriculture census, and that means those farms that are not the MDFs or the $1 million farms. So the small farms were $50,000 in annual sales, and Madison has a surfeit of them. No one wants to be the last generation that farmed. We've heard those stories here tonight from people. You don't want to be the last generation that farms the land. But the small farms that form the Commonwealth's long tradition of agriculture are struggling at an increasing rate as the consolidation of agricultural land increases. Consequently, the anxiety of small farmers and the anxiety of planners and the legislators in the localities is certainly justifiable. This certainty describes a way in which we are unhappy. Virginians have a proclivity to embrace the way things were, and we can certainly have a no-growth strategy. That is a strategy, but I don't think anybody here can afford the tax on a no-growth strategy. I know I can't. And I'm reminded of a hero of mine when I first started my profession in tax law. Senator Russell B. Long chaired the Senate Finance Committee for about 15 years, and he wrote an article in '73 for Money Magazine and said, "Don't tax you, don't tax me, tax the feller behind that tree." And I think that we all, had NIMBY been a word then in the vernacular in '73, we would all just jumped in line on that one. And NIMBY, by the way, is not a pejorative term. It's a descriptive term used by planners and zoning administrators throughout the nation. So how do we address the impending train wreck? And what does this state of the farming community and Virginia demographics have to do with this application? What has everything to do with it and nothing to do with it? Conventional wisdom suggests that the only way out is to build our economic base and to diversify it. And the Board of Supervisors is certainly trying to do that. If you look at the strategic planning initiative that was undertaken, the economic development initiative that's been undertaken, the work that the citizens came together to do in production of our comprehensive plan, we're looking for ways to diversify and increase the base. And we look at the ways we as the members of the Planning Commission are charged with the responsibility of understanding the economic realities of our community, understanding the ordinances that apply to our work, and then to do the necessary staff work to make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors based upon the metrics described. We do not evaluate the business plans of applicants. That's going to be dealt with by their investors, their lenders, and the applicant in the marketplace. Our job is to determine whether the proposal falls within the four corners of our ordinances and the state law. The desires of the public is adopted in the most current comp plan, and those written and spoken comments from you, the citizens. And two themes that are somewhat universal from this: whether the proposal is in keeping with the current zoning and the traffic issues on Oak Park Road. and they are both legitimate concerns. You've heard comments regarding what the zoning ordinance says, and at Article 19, special use permits shall be issued by the Board of Supervisors following consideration by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors of application. But special use permits, and this is the key language, must comply and be in harmony with the terms, purposes, and intent of the zoning ordinance as it applies to the relevant zoning district. In our ordinances, the zoning district is not this set-aside land here and this land here and this land here. The zoning district is controlled by the zoning of your particular piece of property. Your particular piece of property is a zoning district. If it's A1, that's your zoning district. If it's R1, R2, R3, C, those are the zoning districts applied on a per parcel basis. So this parcel then satisfies that it is a zoning district. So the question then becomes on the harmonious use. If we look at the definition of agricultural, it shows a number of uses that are allowed by right and a number of uses that are allowed by special use permit. The applicant has applied for a special use permit. Given the fact that the board considered articles of special use when they were drafted the ordinances, then the statutory construction would suggest that those special use fit into the harmonious nature of the zoning district. For those items that are not allowed through a special use permit, you don't get to have a variance given by either the zoning board or by the zoning appeals board or by either of these two bodies. You have to go back and amend the ordinance. That suggests then that we would have a public hearing to determine the harmonious nature of that unspecified use. So as it stands, as we go through this, I see that we have no authority to do anything other than recommend this for approval. It meets the statutory requirements of the ordinance. The issue is travel. We have two provisions in the ordinances requiring certain specifics on the ingress and egress by right-of-way. The travel issues is totally within the purview of VDOT. We don't own that. It's a waste of time to talk about it here. It has to go to VDOT. That is assumed to be a part of any kind of a application for the special use on the site plan. And I would recommend that we go forward with this, knowing that the site plan is going to require VDOT's approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Other comments here? Further discussion?
I got a comment, Steve.
Yes, Pete.
Everyone knows, as long as I've been here, I support business as much as anybody up here at this table and as much as anybody back here behind me. But the gentleman, one of the last gentlemen spoke, and said something very important. Is you want this in your backyard. And that's very important. I don't have enough information in my mind that tells me where this traffic's gonna be and what's gonna happen to this traffic. With that being said, I can't support this.
Thank you, Pete. Other comments or discussion?
So I've been back and forth on this a while. I pretty much enter into all these things with a relatively open mind, and I'm been able to maintain that. I'm generally unmoved, unfortunately, by public comments. I appreciate all of it. Sometimes that does put me down a different path of thought. So I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate all y'all's comments and letters on both sides, for and against. I do think, you know, for me, when I'm looking at the ordinance, at the comprehensive plan, and our definitions, and just overall as a whole, with the path of this proposal, which I'm not unaccustomed to those changes happening along the way. But when I look at it as a whole, first of all, if I, you know, like half of my fellow Madisonians. You know, like, this brings out the best and worst of people, Mrs. Wilshire. You know, like, we all mean well. You obviously have thick skin, I appreciate that. But please don't take it personal, you know, the comments and stuff, because in general, everybody means well. It's easy to picture the worst of what could happen as well, and I can promise all of you, if this does get approved, it will not be as bad as you think it will be. So essentially, it's not a good versus evil thing either. This is not going to save the county moving forward. It's not going to ruin the county moving forward. The county is the people. We're not going anywhere. It's going to be fine either way. And I'm also a big fan of your mission and what you're doing. I like that art sort of stuff. I'd love to take my daughters to stuff like this, even though I don't do that a whole lot. All that said, you know, for me, it's a little too much in what I can support at this time. I hope, you know, whatever direction it goes, if this does get, if your special use permit does get denied, I can only speak for myself in saying I hope you will take that for what it is and just think about it and make the best decision with what you have. There's a lot of things that this land could be used for in an extremely responsible way. I think you're very close to it from my perspective. I mean, it's 90% positive already. And so I don't like the fact that I am going to vote to, that this be recommended for denial, but I think it's just a little too much for me.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and follow Nathan there. No business plan is perfect, and no business plan is finite. But again, when we look at our mission that we're tasked with as appointed members representing you guys in the county, Jim Smith has it right in terms of what we're tasked with from a legal standpoint. Do I like the idea all the way? No, I don't. I think it could be a little too big at first. I'd like to have seen maybe a little bit more phased approach. But again, as Mr. Smith said, we're not involved with a business plan. We just have to look at it from the black and white of the business that we're involved with, and that's with the ordinance. I am going to vote yes, and I'm voting yes because I do believe VDOT will follow the process that they have in line, and I do believe that some of the concerns that we have here today won't even get nearly close to that based upon some of the restrictions of the road. I'm probably not even supposed to say that publicly, but that's just my gut feeling for this one. As I said, no business plan is perfect and no business plan is finite. I don't have a strong feeling that it will be what is proposed on paper today. However, what has been proposed, in my opinion, does meet what we're tasked with on the ordinance. Thank you.
Further discussion?
I'll make the comments that I'm going to ditto what everybody has said. Everything that was said. I do believe, particularly about the VDOT stuff, I do believe VDOT will take a stance here and not allow what can't happen will happen. And I do believe that on condition number 15 is going to allow any discrepancies in this permit can be acknowledged, probably in a phone call to the sheriff's department, who is going to be probably going to take note of any traffic backups or anybody that's got any problems, and that's going to be relayed back to the county, and the county will take enforcement on what they need to do. I think the applicant is taking a big risk on doing this, but it is her property rights, I do believe. I think we all have our own property rights. And for all those and probably a whole bunch more of pros and cons that I have written down, I'm probably going to be a yes on this.
Further discussion? Any further discussion, comments? I'm going to follow along a little bit with what Mike said. Again, I think I'm going to be voting yes on this, and for the simple reason that, and all of you, I'd like for you to think about this. You own your own property. We have a property owner here who's asking permission to do a specific kind of thing that's allowed for in our ordinances, which in turn will help to preserve that as an agricultural property. It'll keep that forest. Would you like someone telling you that you can't do something on your property that you are allowed to do? I think the property rights here are preeminent. As long as it's something that's legal within the ordinances, unless there's some very, very serious problem with it. Now, the only thing, and again, I think the traffic problem is a potential serious problem, but as Mike said, that's not actually in our purview. That's VDOT. And there are some very serious conditions. I don't know if you've read them carefully, but any kind of traffic problem can result in revocation of the SUP. So yes, I would be probably voting for this. Any further discussion? All right. Can we have a motion either way?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move the case number SU-06-02-25, Madison Hills Events, special use permit, be recommended to the Board of Supervisors for approval.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. Let's do a vote by show of hands. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, those opposed? Okay, so we have 3 opposed and 4 in favor. So this will be recommended to the Board of Supervisors for approval. Thank you. All right, let's see. Alan, do we have any new business that we need to look at, or you want to just go quickly through the workshop items that we're going to be looking at?
Given the length of our meeting this evening, Mr. Chairman, I would say that all of the upcoming cases are published in your agenda, and if you have further questions, you are welcome to call me in the zoning office tomorrow.
Very good. Any other business that we need to look at? All right. One more time before we try to adjourn, is there any public comment not related to this case? Public comment not related to this case. Yes, sir. Would you come over to, yeah, or maybe, yeah, somebody will bring you, well, somebody will bring you a mic. Thank you.
I'm Bill Walthall, I live on the northern part of the county and west of 29. I probably don't have a dog in this hunt, but I've got an opinion. And I've heard comments from the Planning Commission at your last meeting about the hours you spent by creating this master plan for the county. And you should be commended for that. But I also thought maybe you should have spent 10 more minutes to come up with a disclaimer that any proposal that adversely affects the quality of life of citizens in this county should be a non-starter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other not related to this case public comment, even though that was slightly related? All right, that being the case, can we have a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, gentlemen.
Before we come to session, we would like to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to it. Thank you all.
And all bathrooms are unisex at this point.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. All right. Thank you all for sticking with us. Case number SU-06-02-25, Madison Hills Events, special use permit. Molly Wilshire has submitted an application for a special use permit for an event venue in accordance with Madison County zoning ordinance, Article 14-18. The proposed event venue will exist on 3 parcels of land, which are identified as Madison County Tax Map 40-43, 40-44, and 40-45. The total acre area of the 3 parcels is 186.476 acres. All 3 parcels are zoned A1. Mr. Nichols, anything to add?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. One thing I neglected to mention during the Planning Commission portion of the meeting, I took a look at the application and the proposed development in regards to the changes of the character of the land. And ordinarily, when we get project comes through, we ask applicants to add vegetative buffers, and we are ensuring that open space is maintained as a part of these applications. In this case, this particular property is surrounded entirely by trees and recessed so much that I do not see where there's any possibility of a change in character of the land, and certainly no need for any vegetative buffers, as the nature of this use will maintain that going forward. Those were my only additional comments.
Questions for staff? Anybody? No. All right. Ms. Wilshire, anything to add?
Sorry. Not at this time.
All right. Questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I've got a question, Ms. Wilshire. I looked at the Planning Commission workshop again on the 23rd, and in that, more than one time, maybe 3 times, you said it was going to be 48 days.
Correct.
And now this adds up to 55. So
This would be a ceiling, not a floor for anything. So 48 makes the most sense looking at times of different holidays and things of that nature to put events forward within that schedule. But it probably would be around 48, 49 days looking at our business plan section of it. So this is 55, but it would be probably a week less of actual days in operation. But again, this would be the ceiling for anything.
yeah, okay.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? All right. To the public.
Hey, I have one.
Yes, sir, Mr. Buchanan.
Yeah, I like to do my research, and I went to the Virginia Renaissance Festival when this case was coming up in front of the Planning Commission, and I'm not a big Renaissance fair goer, but it was an interesting time. What I do have a question is how many people attend that? I couldn't find that online, and I don't know if the applicant knows, has an idea of how many people go to that, since you do have a booth there.
I do have a booth there. They announce it daily because they are in the same boat of having an agricultural space, and their parking is incredibly hilly, so it depends on rain days, but we have had weekends up to 9,000 people, so that's between 4,000 and 5,000 people a day are attending that festival.
And how many people, again, remind me, will be attending yours with the 835 cars?
If projected at that 835, if that is the highest number, if they all fill their cars with 4 people, and if they all have sedans, that's right around 3,400 people, but that's a lot of ifs. But it would be significantly less than what the Virginia Ren Fair has presently.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? All right. To the public. Mr. Purrier?
Just briefly, gentlemen. Again, my name is Colt Purrier. This is a concentrated commercial activity that the applicant seeks to impose on an exclusively residential and agricultural area. 1,680 cars on a day, 3,000 people. All of the neighbors who surround this property, who adjoin this property, are opposed to this special use permit. Mr. Morrell to the south, Mr. Trester to the west, Mr. Jones to the west, Fox Ridge subdivision to the west, Mr. and Ms. Davidson to the north, the Jones, the Esses to the east, and Happy Hills. Those are the folks that need to be listened to, and they've all said that they're opposed to this. And I would ask the Board of Supervisors to deny the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Other public comment? Anybody else have anything?
Again, thank you for hearing us. Again, my name is Mary DiMartino. When I tell people where I live, people, family, friends from other states when we travel, I often show them a picture of my house with Christmas lights in the snow. And I tell them I live in a Hallmark movie. So often, the plot of a Hallmark movie has to do with the developer who buys a piece of land for a good deal, has no love or concern for the people of the town, but only sees dollar signs. And the town council always sees, wow, this will bring in so much revenue. When I asked a board member how much is projected to be gained by Molly's venue, what is the tax equivalent for each of us? And I was told it's 3 cents for $100. That has been verified tonight that that was wrong information. It's 1 cent. 1 cent is the price of our peace and current lifestyle. So approximately $1.50 to $9 a month per household, depending upon the assessed rate. That is what the taxpayers and residents who make up the county are worth and possibly being sold for. So if that's our price, if we, the people who are wholly opposed to this, have some requests regarding the Madison Hills special use permit. First, line number 2, we are requesting that this permit does not transfer if Molly sells the property, but that the subsequent buyer must reapply for use that they would use that property for. Number 2, lines 5 and 11, that the VDOT study must include fishback. To not include fishback in that study is negligent. Number 3, this has been just a little different. Line number 6 regarding the cars and people. Instead of the max ceiling of parking spaces of 835 cars, we're requesting half of that. Cars, not buses. So 400. Instead of 3,500 people, we're requesting half of that, 1,700 max. And most importantly, instead of 24 weeks, which is almost half a year, we're requesting 12 weeks. Total, 4 in winter, 12 days, ending no later than 9 p.m. Spring, 4 weekends, 8 days. All rent fairs, when you look up across states, end at 7 p.m. at the latest. There's not one that we found that goes till 10 p.m. So if we're going to follow those models, let's end this at 7 p.m. Summer, 3 weeks, 6 days. Fall, 3 weeks, 6 days. Since Graves is often the comparison when it seems to suit the need, Graves only goes till 4:30. So on those weeks, this should as well only go to 4:30, so that we can enjoy our quiet family gatherings without traffic jams and noise. And no, there's got to be a way to prohibit listening to generators 24/7 of campers that will be staying there. So the amplified noise will stop, but the ongoing generators around the clock would be going on. We are opposed to that. And number 4, Molly must be present for all events and not turn these over to a caregiver. To be clear, We are 100% opposed to this venue. However, in the event that you choose to ignore every email, text, and packed meetings with concerned neighbors, please at least respect and honor our request, or better yet, don't sell us for 3 cents or wait 1%. Thank you.
So again, my name is Jennifer Mazzaris, and I live on Bridal Trail Lane. Couple other comments as I've listened. We talked about property owners' rights. That's what the board had said, or the planning, that she has the right to do this. I don't understand, again, how we can ignore the fact that one property owner's rights mean more than all the others that have submitted concerns about this going forward, both via petition or showing up. I have another concern, and I want to know, because in the past meetings, it's been the sheriff, the comment was made that the sheriff has already said they can't handle an event like this, and yet recommending this, you said you want the neighbors to police this and call the sheriff department with complaints if she doesn't follow the things exactly. So now you want not only to burden us with light, noise, traffic, now you want us to police and make sure she's following the rules that a blanket SUP has given her, and then burden our police, which we already know at capacity can't handle this. I don't understand how we can apply or approve for special use things that aren't spelled out. I understand you're allowed agriculturally and everything. There's 2 events that she hasn't even come forward with what they're supposed to hold, and we're just supposed to say, okay, fine, have it. And again, we talk about this 48 days, 52 days going back and forth for the events. That's not setting up, that's not taking down, that's not vendors potentially camping, because like I said, we don't know whether they're camping for the weekend. Are they staying for the whole season of that event? How many people are they bringing with us, or with them to sit there? Her plan is vague. It has changed over the meeting. Each meeting, she adds little, takes little away. It just keeps growing. We talk about those number of days, but we don't include then weddings. She could, on every other weekend, she could have a wedding at her place. We can't say no. Every other Monday through Friday, she could have an educational experience there. There's nothing defined as what is educational. I do have concerns on the social media, and we have pictures of it where there's satanic references there. She could bring in a satanic educational event. We could talk cannabis event. And yes, these are the worst case scenarios, but they are possible based on this SUP grant being granted. I think before a vote should be done, I mean, I understand it's your right to postpone or table this. I think it should have to be spelled out what the plans are for those other 2 events. I think we need to look out time and length. I think we need to ask those questions of campers. Are they camping with tents? Are they bringing RVs? How long are they staying? What do those numbers add on to the traffic? Are those going to be included in the traffic study, or are we only looking at weekend numbers? I think these are all valid questions that need to be concerned. Again, we talk about revenue, I understand that, but at the end, all we have is her word saying she's going to provide security, she's going to provide medical, she's going to provide all this. I haven't seen any of those numbers or any of those plans for any of the events. I, again, encourage this to be declined. Think about everybody else, not just one person, and thank you.
Other public comment? Other public comment? Anybody else? You have one online? Please, go ahead.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Covington.
Hi, this is Cameron Covington from Malvern. I just wanted to say, during the, I don't know what the meeting exactly was, but it was putting Ms. Wilshire on the committee that she's on. I believe it's the gentleman on the far right on the Board of Supervisors. I don't have the name, but his sole reason to put her on the committee was this forthcoming project. That right there is collusion. It is conflict of interest. And then the first meeting before the planning committee or commission was having meetings on this. Another member of the Board of Supervisors, I believe it's the gentleman on the far left, said that her biggest possibility in this whole plan is the neighbors. And I could provide it in the minutes if you guys want it. I don't have it in front of me right now, and I don't have the names because it's hard to do it off of YouTube. So I just like to say that. And somebody, I don't know who it was earlier, was stating that about the petitions and jumping to conclusions. And well, I started one of the first petitions, and I'll own it. My name is on that, and I still stand by it. The reason I did it was so that the word would get out. None of the information that I put out, which I was not an hour ago being basically said I was lying about some of the information. I used everything that Wilshire put out. So I, partially take offense to that, but I've got thick skin, no big deal. And quite frankly, I deal with VDOT every single day. I deal with, developers. I've talked to them. And it's laughable that this is going forward without the traffic analysis done. I mean, when we build subdivisions, that isn't even getting passed until that's done. I mean, and we have to pay every single dime. Like say 29 needs improvements there. At the Fishback Light or Oak Park. We end up having to pick up that tab. As from what I've seen, they're only concerned about right there in front of her property, which again, whatever, it's VDOT, but that's about all I've got to say. I mean, it's 10:33. That should show you how important this is to the people of the county that this meeting started at 6:30 or 7, whenever it started, and here it is several hours later, and you guys are just now getting to this, to the board. So thank you for your time. Bye.
Other public comment? Other public comment? Anybody else? All right, back to the board. Who would like to start?
Mr. Chairman, I've got extensive comments, unfortunately, on this particular proposal, and I would defer them till later, but I do need to address this accusation of malfeasance on my part as chairman of the Economic Development Committee. Because, again, you have to have an inviolable integrity as local official to have the confidence of the people. We have the most direct effect on your lives. Ms. Wilshire and preceding Ms. Wilshire's participation on the Economic Development Committee, one of her employees participated. Now, let me just back up a second because I don't even think people realize what the Economic Development Committee is doing. We do have a town hall next Tuesday, so please come, 6 o'clock right here. We started that last year because, one, we need to expand the tax base to keep our property taxes down, and we also have to try to bring the income levels of our citizens up. 1 out of every 4 people in this county is over 65 years of age. My guess is that almost all of them are on fixed income. We don't want to tax them out of their houses. We also don't want to put a burden on middle-class families who are already facing high inflation with their various necessities. The other thing you have to remember, and this was an updated from Social Services last week, and this really surprised me because I didn't think it was this bad. Almost 1 out of every 2 citizens in this county is classified as working poor or lower. So we're making some serious attempts at economic development. Ms. Wilshire was a great contributor. She's attended for a while as a member of the public. Those meetings are open to the public. She attended, she participated in our research and discussions, not just on tourism, but also on data centers and warehouses and whatever we were doing. And we were impressed with her knowledge, her commitment to the committee, and I and Supervisor Buchanan recommended her to be appointed by the Board of Supervisors to that committee for that reason. Now, about that time, she had showed us a proposal for this Madison Hills event. Now, our committee has no regulatory approval power. We have no recommendation power. All we do is research. We looked at it and we said, sure, start it through the process, the county process, and see what happens. So to accuse my committee, myself, and any member of this board of malfeasance is absolutely incorrect, because you're accusing us of a Class 3 misdemeanor. And I think that before you go making those kinds of accusations, you should find out exactly what the circumstances are. You could have come and asked me. I'll tell you, we're very transparent in this county. So I wanted to clarify that first, because that needed to be taken out of the equation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back the floor.
All right, who else?
I'll begin, Mr. Chairman. I've got 5 pages of notes here, which I don't know that that's going to be necessary, but I have a number of longtime friends and family and associates that are on both sides of this issue. This is not unusual. I spent 9 years on the Planning Commission, and I've been on the board of Supervisors for 6 now, so that's 15 years of this very same thing. So, Cressa Ray, I got home at 3 o'clock in the morning after that hearing, and that started at 7. 3 o'clock in the morning, I walked in, my wife's like, what have you been doing? Cressa Ray, the glamping on Ford Shop Road, the homeless animal rescue team near Leon, the Crigglesville School, all of these things. I mean, I live in Etland, and so dear friends of mine live in Crigglesville. So we were on opposite sides of that issue, and it's very difficult. But that's what we're up here for. We have 14,000 people we've got to consider at this level here. I also voted to approve a short-term rental near my Aunt Rita's house down at Tinsley Drive, which is also Tracy Gardner's aunt. She was sitting right here in the front. Well, I voted up. She did not want it. I asked Aunt Rita why she didn't want it. She said, I just don't want it. Well, I never got any more caramel cake. So, that's the price you got to pay sometimes. But I think this venue has the potential to generate some meaningful tax revenue, support our local vendors and artisans, and create jobs, and benefits that will ripple throughout the whole county. It's a platform. It could certainly be a platform for community events, weddings, seasonal festivals, local celebrations. I'm sure that Ms. Wilshire would entertain those things for community-wise. The proposal is designed with Madison's rural character in mind, in my opinion. These are my opinions, of course. With proper oversight, which I think we have through the conditions, this venue can enhance and not disrupt our rural rural character. It's not about overdevelopment. It's about thoughtful use of space that complements our landscape. Traffic and noise are valid concerns. That's why the permit includes conditions that we have in there now. This isn't a blank check. Okay, it's a collaborative effort. This is an opportunity to invest in Madison's future, one that honors our traditions while welcoming responsible growth. Now, I looked at the July 23rd Planning Commission workshop, and I had a number of inquiries, both written and phone calls and stuff, saying that people did not understand, or it was not conveyed to them what the third and fourth seasonal festivals or events would be. And on the 23rd, that Planning Commission workshop, she didn't say, nor was she asked or given a chance to convey that. So I would like, if you would, to tell everybody what you see those other two events being.
Sure. So in the summer event, where it would be 3 consecutive weekends, 6 days of operation, a children's themed event, so something geared towards kids, probably not 18 and under, but, you know, more in the 12 and under elementary to middle school range with different historic education or even farm education things, dyeing wool, spinning classes, things where they can get some hands-on kind of playtime, but it is for the work that, you know, how are your clothes made? Well, here's the sheep all the way to here's the woven piece. Then in the fall time, a festival that would be more of a fantasy festival, so costumes, but it's again a high-end juried artisan craft fair with different food offerings and different local vendors that have everything from jewelry to home decor and things of that nature, all handmade.
All right, thank you. That's all I got for right now.
Anybody else?
I was just looking back through the I don't know, the acronym that Cardi come up with, PDRC, meaning the Preliminary Development Committee meeting. And, you know, we started with a Christmas thing and that was it. And it's grown outside of those boundaries for me. And so for me, I'm a no. And as far as VDOT's concerned, I have no confidence in them. I have said that's not your problem, but I have sat on this board for 3.5 years, and disappointment would be an understatement. So the traffic is a concern, and so it's a no for me.
Jim, would you like to go again, or you want me to get Judd?
Judd can go before me.
Judd?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My heart goes out to everybody involved in this, all the stories I've heard tonight and the other nights. Packet, I've read all the letters. And after much thought and research, personal outreach, I really consider the impact of Ms. Wilshire's proposed event space, which will include the Christmas Light Festival and the Renaissance Fair. I've visited the proposed site twice. It's a beautiful piece of land, and if it can stay wooded and field, I mean, I think that's a plus for our county. I went to the Virginia Renaissance Fair, which I mentioned earlier, and really didn't know what to expect. It's not my type of thing, but it was fun, had a great time. But I was really looking more for how much parking was there, how the roads handled the traffic. There's only one road in and one road out, like one lane traffic, and there was a lot of people there. And the traffic moved, and they had local people help them park. So that didn't affect me. Traffic's an issue, and I want to wait till what VDOT has to say. But after seeing how they worked that, I was more impressed with what they did and what little they had. The music, basically you had 2 or 3 people singing with a little speaker, you know, pirate shanty songs, those type of things. Wasn't loud, you couldn't even hear them across the venue. The vendors, guests, I talked to a lot of different people. It just, everybody just looked like it was having a good time. And it's kind of what the type of thing I'd love Madison County to become known for. Just something different. Like we were trying different things. And I understand it's affecting people around that venue, but I talked to a lot of people in the county. I even spent time at the transfer station talking to people, and most of the people that don't live there were for it, or for parts of it anyway. So there's a lot of people in our county that are for this thing. They're just not showing up at the meeting. What ultimately guided my thinking, because I could have been swayed by all the comments tonight and the other nights, was that I've read 20 letters. I read everybody's letters, but there's 20 letters in there from people from where Molly and Mike used to live, who all said the best things about her. And they didn't need to do that because she's gone. You know, why did they send those letters in? I would think, like, some of the things that I heard were, you know, just in quotations, Mike and Molly's leadership is quiet but effective. It's rooted in generosity, teamwork, and a clear love for the community. That's the type of people I want living in Madison County. Another one shared, Mike and Molly are extremely friendly, kind, honest, and welcoming of everyone. That's, again, what we want in our community. And I think, and I hope our neighbors will find that to be the case if this does get passed. these are the kind of citizens and business leaders we need in Madison. Because not only, I'm on the Economic Development Committee with Jim, she has great ideas, not about her place, but about other things that we're working on. And I've come to value her opinion. So if this does get passed and she stays in Madison County, I think we're going to be a better county for it. One thing I did learn from my years of business ownership, I've owned 3 different businesses. The best predictor of future performance is past performance. And listening to those people who wrote those letters in from where Molly has her business up in Bethlehem or had her business in Bethlehem, those people could say nothing but the best things. And I encourage people, if they didn't read those, to read them again and see if it might soften their approach. So I'm going to be voting yes for this, and that's my opinion.
Jim?
Okay, I'm going to have to be mean to everybody tonight, including the applicant, because I'm looking at this from several different angles, but primarily for the benefit of what's good for this county and our 14,000 residents. Mr. Nichols, would you bring up the GIS on the screen of this property and the surrounding properties? Okay, you got part of it highlighted, correct, or selected? Yeah, that's
Yes,
part
sir,
of it.
this is the center property, the one to the north, and then the long property here to the east.
Now, I'm an old man, and I've lived in this county almost 66 years. And I can remember a time when there were absolutely no houses on this farmland or forest land. Malvern was a farm, Happy Hills was a farm. Back there, Fox Ridge was basically woodland. And I'm looking at this today and thinking, how in the world did our rural agricultural county that still has this zoned as A1, how did it end up with 300 houses on it? And of course, the obvious answer is that the owners of the property at the time of development were able to maximize their economic value from their property rights of owning this property. And if they were not allowed to do that at this time, we wouldn't have this meeting tonight because none of you would be living there. So following on that logic, I was thinking about what I would do if I came out of I was not a local person and I came here and purchased this property, and I'm not trying to put myself in Miss Wilshire's shoes. You know, and I know this sounds terrible, but what happens to her is immaterial to me. It's what's going to have to be good for the county. But I was thinking to myself, now, you know, if I came in here and bought this land, I'd only do it for one of 2 reasons. Either I would want it to be a country home for myself, but then I wouldn't do that because it's surrounded by houses. I'll go find some vacant land out in a more rural part of the county, and then I'll buy it if I'm going to spend that kind of money. Now, as an investor, obviously, since we have housing growth here and we've got these other adjacent R-rated or R-zone properties, then I think I'm going to try to get this thing and put as many tract houses in there as I possibly can. And I will build houses, I will price them, and I will market them to the Northern Virginia refugee crowd. They will come down and they will buy these houses. They will bid up housing prices in the county even more and shut out even more local people from the housing market. But what do I care? I'm going to make my money, and then I'm going to move on to my next conquest. And I'm going to leave the county stuck with the people, the traffic, and the expanded public services and the consequential increase in taxes. So that would be, if I were looking at this as a selfish outsider, that's exactly what I would do. I wouldn't try to do an event venue here. It's going to take I would have to spend millions of dollars into the local economy, and it would take me several years of operating this thing in what apparently is a semi-hostile environment to get my money back. So and I'd have to have a long-term interest in the welfare of the county. So apparently that's what this SUP would head in that direction. Again, from a selfish standpoint, I wouldn't do it. But that's really the alternatives here. Now, here's one thing people need to realize. And I am against any more houses in this county than we possibly can put or we can restrict. And that's probably a terrible thing to say. But you have to realize that when you put a house up, For every dollar you get in taxes from that household, you're spending $1.16 in services. That's why Fairfax County in Northern Virginia or any other high population area has such high property tax rates. Houses are a losing proposition. Now, I looked at these R-rated zones, that most of which were passed years and years ago, and I didn't even want to start to calculate the potential number of houses that are going to be in these places, which incidentally, if you don't know, as of July 1st of this year, counties no longer have control over site plans of housing, residential development. That means if a developer comes into Fishback, the developer says, I'm going to put houses in here, here's my site plan, it's submitted to the county administrator, as long as it complies with the ordinances, it has to be automatically approved. There's no public hearing, there's no assessment by the Planning Commission, and there's no final say by the Board of Supervisors. So if he wants to put 10 roads in there and the exit road shines lights in everybody's houses, you're out of luck. So that's another reason we don't want more houses in the county, because we have less control over site plans. Now, just thinking, kicking this idea around, I went from and looked at the A1 properties from Melbourne out to Ellie Road. That's going east on Oak Park Road. And I looked at evaluating the A1 properties, and using the 3-acre 4-in-10 division rule, I identified potentially at least 65 by-right housing sites on that road. I also, I stopped there because that was enough. But if I went through that whole road shed all the way to Locust Dale, and I went on, I guess it's the Beantown Road, and I came this direction and did Carpenter's Mill Road and O'Neill's Road, and I figured out all the possible houses that could be put there by right. No hearings, no nothing. It's scary. It could be 4 times that number. So there's, again, a reason why I do not want to see houses on this tract of land. It's a loser for everybody. And, there's definitely some legitimate issues, traffic being one, and noise and property values. So I'm going to address those. Now, if you look at where I live, I'm down on the most dangerous road in this county for fatalities, and that's Route 15. There's probably at least 5,000 cars that go down that road every day. You're going to go down to Locust Dale. And in addition to that, I live with some of these things in my backyard. I've got Woodbury Forest on one end of my properties, traffic in and out, during school on weekends, massive amounts of traffic in and out. They've had parties in the past that I could hear 2 miles away. Fortunately, they toned that down. I've got Heartland Hall on the other side, not nearly as much traffic, but significant traffic, and they're growing. And then Twyman's Mill Road, that connects and feeds into Route 15, they're building more and more houses on that road. Now, I've got to move oversized farm equipment up and down this road. And believe me, I've made a lot of friends. They wave at me, and some of them telling me I'm number one. But I don't come to the county and say, please shut down Woodbury Forest, please shut down Heartland Hall, and absolutely do not issue any more housing permits to people on the Twyman's Mill Road. And likewise, they don't come to the county and say, hey, look, you got to get that farmer and his combines off our road. It slows us down. And the reason that none of us do that is because we all realize we have a right to use that road. Now, it's VDOT's responsibility to provide efficient and safe roads in the state of Virginia. Keep in mind that we are a Dillon Rule state. Localities are completely subordinate to state agencies like VDOT. We are always on VDOT's case about something. The Fishback Road, we fought them for 9 months to add 1 second to that signal change. And then they came back and said it cost us $8,400. And I'm like, you know what? If you put a turn lane in at that cost, is it going to be $100 million? Same thing with Route 230. I rode with a VDOT person down Route 230, about jarred out of the seat. His response was, it's not that bad. And it has to get a lot worse before we repave it. But we persistently lobbied them. They did come and they did do some patching. We went back, got out, they did some more patching. but that road is not where it needs to be. Now, I think that that's scheduled for 2027 repaving, I think, isn't it, Mr. Chairman? So it's a challenge dealing with VDOT, but we are constantly engaged with them to try to make sure that the road systems can support all the property owners in their activities. The other issue here is we cannot allow VDOT to control our economic growth in this county. And I know, again, on Route 15 where I am, that should be a 4-lane highway. It's a danger. I think 7 people have been killed in the last 2 years. So when we talk about this possible SUP, which quite frankly, if we approve it, and she's successful, wonderful. If she's not successful, it's her money she's risking. I know I've sat through, in the 3.5 years I've been on this board, I've sat through several extremely contentious SUP and rezoning applications. And I will tell you that usually I vote against them, and for various reasons. I'm not going to tell you right now how I'm going to vote for this one because I'm going to keep talking and I want you to keep listening to me. Otherwise, you'll say, oh, earshot. So when we think about the traffic issue, VDOT is not going to let this person do any more than VDOT wants to allow them to do. Now, is it going to be adequate? I don't know. Is there going to be an increased risk on the highway? Absolutely. But I understand the concerns. And again, I have this in my backyard, and I'm trying to share the backyard with everybody, and we're trying to get VDOT to make some enhancements. The other issue on 15 is we've got people speeding on that road. The average, I think, ticket's like 80 to 90 miles an hour. The sheriff is out there constantly trying to stop this speeding traffic, just like on 29. The other issue that's been brought up repeatedly is, what's this going to do to my property values? So I looked at some local data, and I took 3 locations in the county. 2 of those have had recent approval and are undergoing development right now. They're not quite open yet. One of them should be by spring. The other, the 3rd location, is an iconic, long-time, high-volume venue. So let's look at these 3. In the reassessment that we just went through that sent everybody into orbit, the average increase in value of a parcel of property in this county went up 53%. If you look at the Cricklersville School, which we approved, and I actually voted against that for various reasons, we approved that. It's undergoing renovation. The property values surrounding that averaged increase of 63%. The glamping site at Prince Michelle, which should be operational next spring, is the property values increased by 73%. And if we go to Gray's Mountain Lodge, which is really one of the gems of this county, and it's been in operation for years, and there's tens of thousands of people that come in and out of there in the fall during the Apple Festival, the property surrounding Gray's Mountain Lodge increased by a value of 65%, all well over the county average. So the local data does not support the assertion that venues detract from property values. Remember, we live in a county where the property is valuable. If you own a house in this county, you've got a great investment. Property values are not going to go down in this county. So anyway, that's, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for the extended commentary. Thank you for your patience, and I yield the floor back. Thank you.
Please, by all means.
One clarification about VDOT. I know the local guys here, they work their rear end off. That is not who I'm referring to when I say I don't have a whole lot of confidence in VDOT. So I'm talking about the higher-ups. Thank you.
I'll throw in my 2 cents. And a penny on real estate is worth $285,000. That's what real estate, 1 penny. Each time we increase by 1 penny, $285,000. The proposed here is going to be some type of revenue between $8,735 for the sales tax on the membership to somewhere around $775. I don't believe her numbers. We'll see how it goes. As far as the revenue side, it is certainly not the reason that anybody up here is making the decision solely based on the revenue figures. It is a part of Madison County. We need a business community here. We here on a regular basis. There's nothing to do here, and I love it. I do. I've been posing the question for 2 years now. It's either we're going to raise taxes or we're going to bring some businesses in. We need to do one of the two. I'm fairly impartial. I can go either direction. I've been on the board for 12 years. I've seen lots of public hearings on these things, and I look at things very realistically, I hope. A fairly ineffective supervisor in the past said to me that when he moved here, he wanted to put up gates at both ends of 29 and stop everything. And that's not very realistic. I think every person in this room, whether they're born here or they've moved here, at some point has thought the exact same thing. What a wonderful place. Nobody else should be allowed in. Look at all the good neighbors we get from this. Everybody in here, myself included. My family's been here about 50 years now. It's a big thing. Jim's comment about all the farmland, it all was farmland. This does fall and go with the comp plan. You're not talking about a lot of deforestation. No offense, Mr. Sound Engineer, I'm sure you will try your best if it gets approved. In the same regard, sound travels. I live about 2.5 miles through rolling hills, true forest, much bigger than this, from Bald Top, by the way the crow flies. I can hear Bald Top. Does it infringe upon my quality of life? Absolutely not. Not at all. I can hear the band at the high school. Same deal. That's farther. That's 3.5 miles from where I live. It doesn't make any difference to me. It has no reflection on my quality of life. EMS. We've heard EMS can't deal with this. Their response time across Madison County is 10 to 11 minutes. We get a report every month. Fire is 9 minutes. Across the whole county, one station in the town, they can be anywhere from 9 to 11 minutes. The sheriff's office, hopefully something of this nature, doesn't require a whole lot of legal oversight. Hopefully he can deal with it. Every year he asks for more money. We try our best to fund as much as we can. The thing that everybody talks about traffic, Alan, pull up the traffic picture that we were sent in the email. There's 3 pictures, the 6 lanes of traffic that this is going to turn into. Oh, yeah. That one. If Lake Anna has a nuclear reactor problem, chances are we're all going to look like that. This is not going to do that. Brought up Cressray, met with the people over on Fox Hunters with Dustin the other day. Brought up Cressray and Kriglersville. Cardi went down the path on Hart. There are many more. The auto crash center in Greene County that was proposed to come to Madison, the reason people came and spoke about it was they're going to be crashing cars on 29 to test safety. The nudist camp that was here came in front of this. They're going to be walking down the streets of Madison naked. One old farmer said, it does infringe on my quality of life. I can see them with binoculars from my roof. Cressray on 231, which is now for sale, 3 o'clock in the morning. Heard everything. One lady said, I know what it's going to bring. We said, well, we're all here to listen. It's going to bring drugs and prostitution from Baltimore. That's not realistic. I can just go on and on these things. We do need to look, and we do need to be astute on restrictions and conditions placed upon these. But Madison County needs a little bit of economic development. And for everything that goes, you remember the little wine and cheese shop up at Shelby, right across from the Shell gas station, like you go to the transfer station? People came in here and they said, kids are going to be playing in 29. My business down in Radiant, it has a special use permit. I'm the second one, and one with the owner, which is about what I'm gonna propose here in just a moment. I had to come back through this whole process. When the original applicant that I bought it from went in and got the special use, the citizens all came and said, what's gonna happen? Tractor trailer drivers are going to aim for kids at bus stops. His comment was, I don't see what tractor trailer drivers don't like about kids. We must look at these things fairly realistic. We all want to protect our way of life and our little place of heaven here. It is natural to be NIMBY. I'm in the same boat. But we've got to be a little bit accepting on some of this stuff. Personal property rights, Bald Top out there, that lots of people in Madison go to. Property that surrounds it, previous assessment was $955,000, $300,000. The most recent, and it's constantly busy. By right, no approvals needed. It went from $955,000 to $1.241 million. There's traffic on that road like there's never been. I drove a tractor trailer down it a couple weeks ago. I didn't have any cars pass me at all. Graves is also a conservation area, not commercial zoned. This is something that's a shift. It is something that will affect us all in some way or another. Is it characterized the right way? I don't think so. I do think, as far as conditions, I did like, bear with me, and I am on page 10 of notes again this meeting. I do think we should detach this and make this a non-transferable special use permit. And that makes it so that it has to come back to us if she decides to go a different direction. And that gives a little more oversight to the county on something that is sort of unknown. That's the one that I can kind of go with. I think that's a very reasonable type of request to put in on it. Hopefully she will be a good neighbor. That's kind of where I'm at.
Well, just, with that in mind, I would like to ask Ms. Wilshire, would that condition acceptable, or would you rather withdraw the SUP permit application?
I'd accept that.
Very well.
There you go. The only other one I could do have a question about, and I was thinking about it earlier. What about the generator noises? I mean, they do travel, and they do sound much worse than music in the woods.
We don't have plans for any generators. I know that some RVs might come with generators. I, being a 25-year veteran of Renaissance fairs, it is a quiet hours. As soon as there are no sound, generators are not permitted. They have to use battery power or something, shore power, something along those lines, because that's more cumbersome for their immediate neighbors, especially not to mention the ones that are further out. But generators have never been a consideration, just in the sense of it's not something that's permitted at night to run 24.
Portable lights, same way?
Same way.
All right. Who else has things to say? What would y'all like to do here?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve case number SU-06-02-25 with the conditions that are in the package to include, we'll have number 18 of that, indicating that the special use permit will go with the applicant versus going with the land.
Point of order.
Yes.
Condition 2 addresses that the permit would run with the land currently, and we will modify that should the board so be in your motion, sir.
Very well. Then I change the motion to alter condition number 2 to indicate that it would run with the applicant.
All right.
I second.
Motion's made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. And we're going to do this by roll call. I don't think I've ever done one of these by roll call, but I think it's appropriate tonight. Mr. Dawson?
Nay.
Mr. Jewett?
Yay.
Mr. Buchanan,
Yay.
Mr. Yao. Yay. And the chair votes aye. All right, yay. Thank you, Ms. Wilshire. Thank you all for coming. We don't have any old business. We don't have any new business. Anybody have any information or correspondence?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Public comment. Anybody have any public comment? All right. What would you like to do?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.